You may be seated. Thank you very much. In absentia, allow me to kindly please acknowledge His Excellency Paul Mashatile, the Deputy President of the Republic of South Africa, Honorable Panyaza Lusufi, the Premier of Gauteng, and His Excellency Wamkele Mene, the Secretary General of the African Continental Free Trade Area Secretariat. With us this morning, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to acknowledge the Honorable Minister of Trade, Industry and Competition, Minister Park Stow. Allow me to acknowledge members of the Diplomatic Corps who have joined us here this morning, represented by the United Arab Emirates, by Ambassador Mahash Saeed Salem Mahesh Alamey, the French Embassy represented by Economic Counselor Antoine Mosso, the Turkish Embassy by Ambassador Benku Okur Erdogan, the Embassy of the Czech Republic represented by Ambassador David Verweka, the Embassy of Belgium, the Singapore High Commissioner, who's here with us today, the Norwegian Embassy represented by the High Commissioner Aflok William Top, and the Austrian Embassy, which is represented by High Commissioner Martin Meschel, who's here with us this morning. We have a number of MECs in our midst this morning, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to acknowledge the MEC for Finance and Economic Development, Mr. Lebogang Maile, the MEC for Human Settlement, Madame Tasmin Mutara, the MEC for Agriculture and Rural Development, Madame Vuyiswa Ramokgopa, the MEC for Road and Transport, Madame Kedibone Diale Tlabela, and the MEC for Education, Mr. Matumi Chilwane. Ladies and gentlemen, the mayors have graced us with their presence this morning as well. Allow me to acknowledge in the room His Worship, Mr. Dada Morero, Executive Mayor of the City of Johannesburg, Mr. Mulule Kunkosi Lesedi. Thank you very much. Mr. Mulule Kinkosi, the Mayor, and of course, Madame Nozuko, the Honorable Mayor of Merefong. Thank you very much for being here with us. Can we please give our distinguished leaders a big round of applause for their presence? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Gauteng. Welcome to the Gauteng Investment Conference. My name is Nozipho Shabalala, and it is an absolute privilege to be serving you as Program Director and Moderator through the course of the day. We're gathered here under a very clear clarion call to grow Gauteng together. And to that effect, the conversations you're going to be hearing on the stage today reflect Gauteng in its rightful place as a global investment destination. The conversations are going to be surfacing the inherent investment opportunities that lie untapped and are ripe for the picking in the province. But the conversations are also going to shine the spotlight on some persistent challenges that might keep some investors at bay, while we also focus on policy reforms whose intent is to facilitate the expansion and the deepening of the investment canvas of the province. To that extent, our program is going to be tight and it's going to be robust. I'm going to be joined by a few other moderators throughout the course of the day as they pick up different themes that they're going to be bringing into this conversational space. For some of you who might have joined us last night already, you might have noted that there's a beautiful curated market that's live. It's going to be live from 10 a.m. today throughout the day, and where we are going to be seeing the showcasing of some of the most incredible artists coming from the creative economy that this province hosts. This morning, I am dressed by one of these entrepreneurs as just another way of showcasing what Gauteng has on offer. And so without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to get our program on the road. The only housekeeping item I'm going to share with you is this. Might you kindly be mindful of the many cameras in the room? I've got media colleagues who are filming live and streaming live and broadcasting live, and we want to make sure that as we walk past the cameras, we're mindful not to walk in front of them. And so to offer this morning our official opening remarks, it's my pleasure to welcome to the stage His Worship, the Executive Mayor of the City of Johannesburg, Mr. Dada Morero. Let's give him a big round of applause.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and thanks for the opportunity, Program Director. I acknowledge, of course, the Honorable Deputy President in absentia, Deputy President Paul Mashatile, Honorable Premier of Gauteng, Premier Banyaza Lissufi, our host, Honorable MEC Finance, MEC Lebogang Maile, Minister of Trade, Industry and Competition, Minister Pakstow, in absentia, Your Excellency Wamkele Mene, the Secretary General of the African Continental Free Trade Area, MECs of Gauteng Government, Mayors of Gauteng, business leaders, investors, and social partners. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Johannesburg, a city that refuses to be ordinary. It refuses to be ordinary because we believe we play in the space that will not settle for less as a city of Johannesburg. We gather here this morning not for routine dialogue, but to take a stand for bold, decisive economic transformation. This is not just a conference. It is a declaration that Gauteng is ready to lead, ready to unlock the next era of industrial growth, ready to deliver an economy that is modern, inclusive, and unapologetically ambitious. We take this commitment because we must, as South Africa's future depends on the choices we make here in Gauteng. Gauteng accounts for a third of the country's GDP. What we do, what we build, how we grow, it matters, not just for us, but for the nation and for the continent. But let us also be clear, there can be no growth without infrastructure, no investment without power, no opportunity without connectivity. Infrastructure is not a support act, it is the main stage. It is the very spine on which economic confidence is built. That is why the City of Johannesburg has launched a bold 10-year infrastructure turnaround plan, a blueprint to reignite our economy, restore basic service delivery, and rebuild the foundations of growth from the ground up. We are directing billions of rands towards fixing what matters most: roads, water, electricity, sanitation, and stormwater systems. This is not just about repairing infrastructure. It is about restoring dignity, about building the physical and economic backbone that will turn Johannesburg into a city of opportunity, efficiency, and resilience. Because when the basics work, the economy works. And yet we are not blind to our challenges. Our cities, and Johannesburg in particular, still bear the scars of spatial inequality, decades of exclusion, of communities forced to the edges, far from jobs, transport, and the promise of progress. This is our call to action. We must build a different city, a different province, and a different future. A future where infrastructure is not only functional, but transformational. A future where we do not just patch potholes and extend cables, but rewire the entire logic of development. We are here to say the future starts now. Gauteng's metros are moving with agency, with purpose, and with coordination. We are aligning growth corridors, unlocking catalytic projects, fast-tracking approvals, and clearing every roadblock in the way of investment, whether it's logistics, energy, ICT, or housing. We are building a province that works for investors and for its people. To our partners in business, don't just invest in Gauteng, build with us. Take your place in a province that's not waiting for opportunity, but creating it. Be part of a city that is not hoping for change, but demanding it. We are not here just as thinkers, but we are here to transform. Welcome to Johannesburg, a city to 5.8 million people. Welcome to the economic capital of Africa, and welcome to the front line of a new economic imagination. I thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think we can give a warmer round of applause for the Honorable Mayor, please. Thank you so very much. Thank you. That's the energy that we're looking for. Allow me just to underscore one of the points that the Honorable Mayor makes, where he shines the spotlight on infrastructure, and to remind all of us that in the dialogue sessions that we're going to be having after lunch, infrastructure is firmly on the agenda. We're going to be looking at infrastructure from a logistics and transport infrastructure perspective, but also through the lens of private-public partnerships, and in particular, really getting to the core of what makes that recipe work. So, Mayor, we're certainly going to be taking up the challenge of making sure that infrastructure is not a supporting act, but indeed it is the main act. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to also acknowledge amongst us the MEC for e-government, MEC Bonkosi Dlamini, who is with us, and MEC for environment, MEC Madame Shaila Peters, who are also with us. Can we give them a welcoming round of applause? Thank you so much for being here. And to build on some of the mayor's words, where he talks about or extends his welcome to the economic capital of the continent, it's only fitting then that what we hear now is a message of support that comes from His Excellency Wamkele Mene, the Secretary General, of course, of the African Continental Free Trade Area, as he talks to us about the place of Gauteng in this broader African market. Please do turn your attention to the screens.
Honorable Deputy President Paul Mashatile, the Premier of Gauteng Province, Honorable Panyaza Lisufi, distinguished business leaders, investors, it is a pleasure to join you virtually for this very important conference on investing in the Gauteng Province. We convened during this conference at a time when the global economy is facing very, very strong headwinds and uncertainties. Since January this year, the world has seen the weaponization of trade policy, the weaponization of macroeconomic policy, and we have witnessed an unparalleled attack on the multilateral trading system. These factors combined should compel the continent of Africa to reflect very deeply on accelerating the establishment of a domestic market in Africa. A domestic market in Africa which will enable the continent to be economically self-sufficient, to feed her own people, to produce her own goods, and to enhance intra-Africa trade. The African Continental Free Trade Area is precisely that opportunity, a value proposition of investment of a population of 1.5 billion people with a combined GDP as we speak of 3.4 trillion United States dollars and a combined purchasing power parity of almost 7 trillion United States dollars. The continent of Africa, therefore, presents very, very unique and dynamic investment opportunities, particularly for the province of Gauteng. Gauteng generates close to 35% of South Africa's overall GDP, combined business spending and consumer spending, which is quite a significant contribution to the national GDP. However, as I pointed out earlier, the global headwinds that we are confronting, the global economic turbulence that we are confronting compels us to consider other markets to ensure export diversification of our exports, of our export markets. That is why it is very important that the province of Gauteng, the national government through the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition, and the AfCFTA Secretariat, that we collaborate in the exploration of investment opportunities into the rest of the African continent. We have identified 4 priority sectors: agriculture and agro-processing, the pharmaceutical sector, transport and logistics, and the automotive sector as some of the priority sectors for investment. Working with the World Economic Forum, we published a report in 2024 in Davos during the World Economic Forum, which presents an investment opportunity totaling over $130 billion in these 4 priority sectors that I have just mentioned. Just by way of an example, the area of agriculture alone, the continent of Africa imports over $50 billion worth of food annually. The continent of Africa is a net food importer. In actual fact, the continent of Africa does not have to be a net food importer, given the arable land. Over 60% of the world's remaining arable land is on the continent. A number of African countries produce grains that are required to feed our continent. Therefore, working together with the ministers of trade and at national level and subnational level in provinces, we have a very unique opportunity to introduce trade rules that will unlock Africa's agricultural and agro-processing industry. A second example that I may cite is in the area of pharmaceuticals. In 2019 alone, the continent of Africa imported over $16 billion United States dollars worth of pharmaceutical products. This is $16 billion worth of opportunities forgone, of employment forgone, investment forgone, and manufacturing capacity that is forgone by importing $16.5 billion worth of pharmaceutical products. Again, working together with national governments and subnational governments, we are uniquely positioned to ensure the vibrancy of the pharmaceutical sector by harmonizing rules for recognition of pharmaceutical products to enable production in Africa throughout the regions of our continent. The AfCFTA Secretariat stands ready to work with national governments and subnational governments in the identification of these investment opportunities to ensure that all African countries and all economies, big and small, that they benefit from this large economy of 1.4 billion people with a combined GDP of 3.4 trillion United States dollars. I therefore look forward to working with the Premier and his team in the identification of these investment opportunities to ensure inclusive growth in country and across countries in Africa. The only response that we can put forward to the turbulent economic times that confront us is indeed Africa's own market. I therefore wish all of us very good deliberations during this conference, and I look forward to working with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, when we have initiatives like this large market on the continent in the form of the African Continental Free Trade Area, in order to turn that policy from policy potential to action, the only way we will be able to do that is by looking at the evidence of companies that are operating within these policies and doing great business. And so my next speaker is a reflection of a large investor who's not only placed a bet on Gauteng, but has done that for several years. They are, of course, I'm talking about the Ford Motor Company, and I just want to share one quick snippet with you, and that is South Africa and Gauteng in particular is one of the few markets outside of the USA where the Ford Ranger is manufactured. So when we talk about investors who have taken a bet on the province, this is what we're talking about. Won't you please help me welcome Mr. Neil Hill as he comes to the podium with a round of big applause. Thank you very much, Neil. You're welcome.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to commence by recognizing in their absence the following dignitaries: the Deputy President of the Republic of South Africa, Mr. Paul Mashatile, the Minister of Trade, Industry and Competition, Mr. Parks Tau, the Gauteng Premier, Mr. Panyaza Lusufi. I'd also like to recognize the Gauteng, the MEC for Finance and Economic Development, Mr. Lebogang Maili, as well as our host in the city of Johannesburg, the Executive Mayor of Johannesburg, Mr. Dada Marewa, all esteemed dignitaries, representatives of foreign embassies, members of business councils and public interest groups in attendance, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. It's always with great interest that I embark on that journey in terms of recognizing everybody and hope I haven't offended anybody. Ladies and gentlemen, Ford Motor Company has a long and esteemed history in South Africa. Being the founder of the South African automotive industry with very humble beginnings in a disused wool shed in Port Elizabeth in 1923. Since these early days, Ford Motor Company has continued to expand our operations, which culminated in our investment announcements in 2021, which at that particular time represented and still represents our largest investment in what at that point was our 97-year history in South Africa, and still stands as one of the biggest single announcements of an investment in the South African auto industry. This investment was aimed at modernizing Ford South Africa's manufacturing operations, expanding production capacity, and importantly, creating jobs to bring our production facilities up to global standards by bringing the production of the all-new Ford Ranger to South Africa. This investment increased the Silverton vehicle manufacturing plant's annual installed capacity to 200,000 vehicles per year. This equates to 720 new vehicles rolling off the production line every single day. And that is happening right here in our Gauteng province. In that process, we created 1,200 new Ford jobs and added an estimated 10,000 jobs across our supply network in South Africa. This investment also included funds to modernize supplier tooling, ensuring world-class quality and high production volumes, allowing us to compete on the global stage against other Ford manufacturing facilities around the world. And this is a point I will elaborate on later. Following on from this, in November of 2023, at our centenary celebrations, we made a further investment announcement to build the first ever Ford Ranger plug-in hybrid electric vehicle, a very proud moment for us because the Silverton vehicle assembly operation is the only plant in the world building a plug-in hybrid version of the Ford Ranger and a first move of the production of new energy vehicles in South Africa. As of the beginning of 2025, volume production of the PHEV Ford Ranger has commenced and supports the first exports to new markets supplied from South Africa, being Australia and New Zealand, together with the continued exports to the multiple countries around the world, but especially to Europe and to the UK. And we export vehicles to over 100 countries globally. As part of our additional investment, there were several facility upgrades that were required in order to make this a reality. The construction of a battery assembly plant covering a total of 3,492 square kilometers with a production capacity of up to 62,000 battery packs every year. Presently, we are building PHEV Rangers at a rate of 200 units per day. Modifications across various facilities such as the chassis plant, the body panel stamping plant, body shop, and also trim, chassis, and final assembly line were required to accommodate these hybrid-specific components. Implementation of advanced battery pack testing systems were also introduced to improve production quality and safety. I mentioned earlier the point of Ford South Africa having to compete against other Ford plants around the world. This is in fact not a unique position to Ford, but is also a phenomenon that is present in all of the original equipment manufacturers in South Africa who build vehicles for exports to other parts of the world. Within Ford, like the other OEMs, we are all competing to be awarded manufacturing business and investment for new models. And these decisions are made based on the cost competitiveness and the reliability of production from South Africa versus other countries or locations around the world. A stable business environment in South Africa enhances South Africa's attractiveness and competitiveness as a manufacturing hub, allowing us to compete and potentially secure future investment decisions like the ones we have announced since 2021 for the future of vehicle production programs here in South Africa. The investment decisions I mentioned earlier facilitated the modernization and expansion of our local vehicle production and assembly operations, bringing our facilities up to date and making them competitive with the best in the Ford world. As part of the process, we have seen new technology being introduced in South Africa in the form of extensive automation for our body shop operations with completely new facilities, as well as a highly automated chassis plant, the only one of its kind owned and operated by Ford in the world, another very unique first for South Africa. Similarly, we constructed our own body panel stamping facility on site. This ensures that parts are produced are of the highest quality before even vehicle construction begins. All of these enhancements have resulted in improved quality of vehicles for our customers globally. Today, we proudly have 5,200 people employed between our Silverton vehicle assembly plant and the Struendale engine plant in Port Elizabeth. The Silverton assembly plant operates on a 3-shift pattern back-to-back, around the clock, continuously producing vehicles. A key element of the upgrades was also substantial investment in the upskilling and training of our employees to take advantage of the new state-of-the-art facilities. Without our people, we would not be able to build the vehicles that we do and proudly export them to countries around the world at the quality that we do. As I mentioned, currently our capacity is 720 vehicles a day, and of this, 2/3 are destined for export markets across the world. As a result of this, our South African-built ranges are also one of South Africa's best-ranking light commercial vehicle exports and market leaders in Europe and the UK. It is important to note, however, that Ford was not able to do this alone. Through our collaboration with all levels of government at a national, provincial and local government level, the Tshwane Automotive Special Economic Zone, or TASES as it's become fondly referred to, was established and now serves as a benchmark of how such a partnership can transform the sector and create long-term value. Our vision is that the Tshwane Special Economic Zone will encompass a size of 200 hectares, and we are well underway with the groundbreaking having taken place recently of Phase 2, representing over 100 hectares now committed for development into manufacturing facilities supplying our plant. As the founding partner and anchor tenant of TASES, Ford has played a pivotal role in this pioneering initiative, working alongside local, provincial and national government to create a globally competitive manufacturing hub. Ford's investment in TASES aligns with the strategy of strengthening local manufacturing, job creation, skills development, and integrating SSMEs into our value chain. This is clearly evidence that Ford fully supports the key pillars of the SAM 2035 Master Plan and remains committed to South Africa's long-term growth and sustainability. The success of TASES underscores the importance of expanding similar public-private partnerships to further develop South Africa's industrial capacity and global competitiveness. We remain committed to identifying and advancing opportunities that drive this game-changing development forward. However, it is also vital that we also acknowledge the challenges that we as a manufacturer and as an industry continue to face that are not evident in other locations across the globe against which we compete. These are pain points that we need to be cognizant of and have to address together if South Africa is to remain globally competitive and continue to attract investment. Firstly, logistics, and this is both road and rail. The South African automotive sector faces severe logistic bottlenecks, including inefficiencies at port, unreliable rail infrastructure, and increasing road congestions, with a tariff structure higher than anywhere else in the world for rail. Disruptions in logistics increase costs, delay exports, and impact on the industry's global competitiveness. In line with SAM 2035, the goal for South Africa is to produce 1% of global production. South Africa exports a significant portion of its locally produced vehicles to major markets. Efficient logistics, I should say, are essential to maintaining the country's position as a competitive automotive export hub. As a sector, we rely on just-in-time manufacturing and making seamless logistics a non-negotiable as part of this requirement. Prolonged inefficiencies in transport networks result in manufacturers having to consider alternative production hubs, especially where costs associated with moving both finished goods and components is at far more competitive rates. As a sector, we are actively engaging with government and stakeholders to modernize our logistics infrastructure. Progress has been made, however, there is still some way to go to be globally competitive. Private-public partnerships are key to improving port efficiency, strengthening rail networks, and addressing policy bottlenecks. Addressing these issues is critical to sustaining jobs, boosting GDP, and ensuring long-term industrial growth. The second pain point is to talk about stable electricity supply. Whilst we have seen improvements in the level and the extent of load shedding impacting our country, we have implemented, like other companies, plans to reduce our dependence on the national grid for electricity, including the installation of solar carports that generate approximately 35% of our daytime power from solar. This action comes at great expense, and in order to maintain the competitiveness at a global level, these costs cannot be passed on to our customer markets and have to be absorbed in our local operating costs. The additional point to consider is that many of our suppliers are heavily impacted by load shedding, and these smaller companies are simply not in a position to invest the millions in alternative energy sources, which seriously impacts their production capacity and ultimately the delivery of parts to our assembly production lines. Thirdly, the importance of stability. Stability in South Africa is crucial for sustainable growth. Attracting investment and maintaining global competitiveness, which is represented by our ability to meet our commitments to supply our export customer demands on time and at a competitive costs. The global automotive manufacturers seek stable environments when deciding on new investments or expansion. Stability reassures multinational companies, like Ford, that South Africa is a reliable production hub. As said earlier, South Africa competes with other manufacturing nations around the world for vehicle production contracts, as do many other sectors in our economy. The automotive industry relies on a complex supply chain. Disruption at one level impacts multiple stakeholders. In closing, ladies and gentlemen, the automotive manufacturing sector is a major contributor to South Africa's GDP and exports, and is the product of 30 years of careful, deliberate decision-making that has taken this industry from a fragmented industry where there were small production runs of numerous vehicles that were inefficiently built and of low quality. Today, as a result of the decisions taken, the South African automotive sector is a globally competitive sector, delivering products built in South Africa by South Africans to a quality standard that is equal to, if not better, than other production locations. However, we need to be mindful of the challenges we are facing that will erode our competitive position and could see investments not coming our way if we choose to ignore these issues and fail to tackle them together and with urgency. I'm proud of what we have achieved together, and together with my colleagues in the automotive sector, are committed to working with the key stakeholders to ensure that we protect the sector that currently contributes 5.3% towards South Africa's GDP. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much.
Thank you, Neil. Ladies and gentlemen, an absolute showcase of the possibility that's unlocked when policy is sharp and responsive, from a special economic zone that has translated into export volumes going up and export value, that has translated into global competitiveness, that has translated into real jobs, and yet at the same time a courageous conversation too about the pain points that exist and how these spaces create the opportunity for all of us to lean in, bring in our respective strengths so that we can improve the ease of doing business and we can deepen and widen the investment potential of the province. Let's give Mr. Neil Hill a final round of applause. Thank you very much, Neil. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the things we never tire to do as Africans is to keep welcoming and extending the space we call home. So I do also want to extend a special welcome to the Consul General from the People's Republic of China, Mr. Pan King Jiang, who's here with us today. Can we please give him a round of applause to welcome him? Thank you so much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, to build on the pledge story that we've heard from Neil as he spoke about in the 97-year history in which they've now surpassed, but at the time making one of the biggest investment pledges in the country. We want to build on some of that momentum. We want to tap into some of that energy. And the person who's going to be leading us in doing this is, of course, our Honorable MEC for Finance and Economic Development, Honorable Lebogang Maile. Let's give him a big round of applause as he comes up. Now, before the MEC takes to the microphone, I've been tasked to open up and challenge the floor a little bit, MEC, before I hand over to you. And that is, before we hear the MEC speaking to some of the pledges and the investment pledges flowing into the province, that we might open up the opportunity for any pledges that might be coming from the floor right now. So, it feels a little bit like a Pentecostal moment, but you're just going to have to bear with me for a second. There might be voices in the audience, not only spurred on by what we've just heard from Mr. Hill, but also coming into the space intent on contributing to the investment story of the province. And if you are in the floor, if you are in the room and you'd like to take this opportunity to make a comment, to step into the space and to speak to a pledge, this is the opportunity to do that. I've asked the team to make available some roving mics that I know are already on standby. And my job right now, MEC, is to scan the floor and see if I've got any hands. Allow me to also ask us to welcome our Honourable Minister with a round of applause as he joins us. Thank you very much. And I'm doing a quick scan, MEC, and I'm not going to make it sound like an auction. I don't want to say going, 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 gone. But I am going to keep my eyes peeled, MEC, and say that if we are not hearing from the floor right now, perhaps, MEC, once you've spoken to the pledges, we might open to the floor again and invite any voices that might want to contribute further to what you have to share with us. Can we give the MEC just a round of applause as he kicks us off? Thank you so much.
No, thank you, Program Director. The reason why we had asked you to open the floor, because there were people that had indicated that they want to make further pledges. So we said we'll give them an opportunity, and perhaps some of them are joining online.
Okay.
And so what we will suggest is that those who would want to make those further pledges, they will link with our team from the Gauteng Growth and Development Agency so that we don't delay the program. As you can see, we have started on time. So this rumor that government events, or rather, there's what is called African time, has been dispelled, that myth has been dispelled today. And I think we must congratulate all delegates who are here on time. I think you deserve to give yourselves a round of applause. Program Director, let me acknowledge His Excellency, the Deputy President of the Republic of South Africa, Honorable Paul Mashatile, who will be addressing us virtually, but it's not pre-recorded, so he'll be speaking live. As you know, he would have been with us here today, but unfortunately, he's chairing a cabinet subcommittee. So after that, because they are in Cape Town, as you know, they were dealing with budget matters yesterday. And we are happy we have a budget. So the budget that we presented in the legislature has got funds, Minister. It means we've got funds now. So I want to also acknowledge in absentia His Excellency, the Honorable Premier of our province, who unfortunately has a family emergency. So as you can see in the program, he was supposed to do what I'm doing now. So I'm combining his role and mine so that we also have enough time for discussions. But those who will be joining us for dinner will have an opportunity to interact with the Premier. We are aware that there are several colleagues who have made several requests to see the Premier and all MECs. Those have been scheduled already. So those have been scheduled. So if you have not yet made that appointment, please don't don't hijack the Premier and the MECs. And those who are joining us for golf as well tomorrow will have that opportunity to engage with the Premier and all the members of the Executive Council. And I would also like to acknowledge the Minister of Trade and Industry and Competition, Honorable Park Stau, His Worship, the hosting mayor, Mr. Dada Morero, the executive mayors from all our municipalities who are present here today, my colleagues in the Executive Council who have been acknowledged, and I think except for MEC for Agriculture, MEC Ramokgopa was not acknowledged, Program Director, and MEC for Cooperative Governance and Infrastructure, MEC Jacob Mamabulo. We welcome you, colleagues. We also want to welcome members of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, the Provincial Parliament. And we acknowledge your excellencies, the distinguished members of the diplomatic corps, the ambassadors and the consul generals who are here from various countries, including the People's Republic of China, Germany, Belgium, Czech Republic, Austria, Spain, Switzerland, and BRICS ambassador for South Africa, amongst others. And we are told that others are joining us online. Members of the mayoral committees responsible for finance and economic development, Mr. Neil Hill, and various CEOs who are here today, leaders of business and civil society, senior officials of the Gauteng Provincial Government, the National Government of South Africa, and governments across the region and continent. Members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, it is my greatest honor to stand before you this morning on this auspicious occasion of the inaugural Gauteng Investment Conference. This conference was officially launched at the Johannesburg Stock Exchange in February 2025. With this conference, the Gauteng Provincial Government aims to catalyze the province's economic momentum and align with its broader regional integration goals in an effort to ramp up and to promote Gauteng as a leading global investment and tourism destination. As the nerve center of the regional economy, Gauteng province is positioned as the anchor of investments in South Africa and the African continents broadly. Gauteng contributes 33.2% of the gross domestic product nationally and is also the largest provincial economy within the Southern African Development Community. It also holds the fourth largest share of Africa's GDP amongst individual provinces, with a contribution of around 7% of the continent's total GDP. Our journey begins with a bold decision to reposition Gauteng as a premier global destination for investment, tourism, and the establishment of strategic partnerships on the continent and beyond. It was at the 2025 World Economic Forum annual meeting in Davos, Switzerland, where we sent a strong delegation of the Gauteng Provincial Government that we affirmed the place of Gauteng as a critical player in the world economy. In Davos, we participated in significant discussions aimed at contributing to responses to geopolitical shocks, strategies for stimulating growth, to improve living standards on the African continent, and mechanisms for stewarding a just and inclusive energy transition. Over the past 2 months, the Gauteng provincial government has been engaging various sectors that are critical to the economy, aligning their programs and innovations with the key priorities of the provincial government, the national government, and the regional development community and the African continent. The vision for the development of these sectors is contained in the sector plans strategy that was developed and adopted by the Gauteng province in 2024. These plans aim to improve insights into the performance challenges and opportunities within the various sectors. They serve as a guiding tool for the Gauteng provincial government to advance the development of specific sectors and achieve small, medium, and micro enterprise development, transformation, and industrialization. This is anchored on our economic development plan, which itself is anchored on skills development as an overarching priority. The Gauteng provincial government is working with various private sector and civil society sector stakeholders to provide various skills development programs, including business incubation, entrepreneurship training, and sector-specific skills programs, with initiatives like the Gauteng Enterprise Propel and the Township Enterprise Hubs, as well as training in high-priority sectors. We believe that developing skills aligned with the digital age is sacrosanct for our developmental vision. Program Director, it is important that I briefly outline the sectors for which we have developed a draft comprehensive plan. The first being manufacturing. Herein we are referring to light, heavy, and advanced manufacturing, which includes capital equipment. Manufacturing aligns with our priority of reindustrialization through increasing productivity, adopting technology, and supporting SMMEs within the subsectors of aerospace and defense, automotive, chemicals, furniture, clothing, textile, leather, and footwear. The second sector for which we have comprehensive plans is construction, wherein our aim is to modernize construction capabilities, enhance infrastructure development, and drive economic growth. Global business services and information communication and technology constitutes another sector for the province. The objective herein is to establish Gauteng as a leading destination for GBS and to promote digital transformation, innovation hubs, and skills training. In the finance sector, our goal is to enhance financial services, increase access to funding for businesses, and to promote investment. Another key sector for us is transport and logistics, where our priority is to improve transport infrastructure, optimizing logistics, and supporting e-commerce to boost economic growth and streamline supply chains. For the cultural and creative industry sector, we aim to drive economic growth by nurturing local talent, promoting tourism, and encouraging creative entrepreneurship. And finally, we have developed a comprehensive plan for the green economy sector with the aim of achieving sustainable growth through investments in renewable energy, the promotion of resource efficiency, and the reduction of negative environmental impact. The sector plans are in alignment with the Gauteng provincial government's Growing Gauteng Together program, referred to as the GGT 2030. This is a plan of action that aims to achieve transformation, economic recovery, industrialization, and the development of the township economy. The outlined high-growth sectors identified are catalysts to fulfilling the vision outlined in the province's plan. To provide practical demonstration of the value of these sectors, consider that from 2020 to date, and in spite of the COVID-19 global pandemic that devastated the national economy, we have supported over 650 SMMEs to acquire market access to the value of 146.7 million, or just over $7 million. Furthermore, we have established various economic hubs across the mining and construction sectors. Some of the mechanisms that we have used is the resuscitation of furniture and textile hubs in areas like Roslyn and Heidelberg. Inclusive economic growth and development has been the anchor of our strategic vision in the pursuit of the development and strengthening of the priority sectors of our provincial economy. South Africa's colonial and apartheid history demands that redress be at the center of our economic interventions. The sector plans that we have in place reflect this, and the evidence affirms the correctness of this approach. Between 2020 and now, over 1,200 SMMEs have been supported, with 38.7% of these being women-led and 33% being youth-led. This intervention is anchored on our Township Industrial Parks program that aims to support the participation and growth of previously disadvantaged individuals in priority economic sectors, particularly in furniture, textile, transport, and logistics. What we have achieved with this is to place those who were at the margins of the economy at its very center. We recognize that access to capital and financial services is an important instrument to facilitate sustainable economic development in Gauteng townships, where more than 10 million people, or 63% of the population, resides. Ladies and gentlemen, the Gauteng city region has 5 development corridors. There are high-value projects underway in all 5 corridors, all of which are outlined in the investment project book that is published in the project book and is circulated here today. The public sector project pipeline showcased at this Gauteng Investment Conference reflect a bold and coordinated investment strategy aimed at catalyzing inclusive economic growth and job creation. A total of 117 public sector-led projects have been identified, representing a cumulative investment value of 239.1 billion. These strategic initiatives span key sectors such as infrastructure, energy, logistics, digital technology, housing, and manufacturing. Together, they are expected to generate over 852,000 jobs, significantly boosting livelihoods across the province. This pipeline underscores the Gauteng provincial government's commitment to leveraging public investment as a catalyst for private sector participation while driving long-term transformation and positioning Gauteng as a high-impact investment destination on the African continent. Focusing on the automotive sector, research, development, innovation, and the knowledge-based economy is the Northern Corridor, what you know as Tshwane. Some of the key projects here includes what the CEO of Ford spoke about, Tshwane Automotive City, a special and economic development concept that is anchored by significant automotive industry players and supported by transport and logistics infrastructure. Other projects include the Tshwane Fresh Produce Market, which is the second largest market in South Africa, holding approximately 21% of the market share by turnover. I said the second market, Mayor, not the first. I know the first. I saw when I said the second, the mayor was curious. Who's the first? It's obvious. The market generates an annual turnover of approximately 3 billion per annum. At the heart of the Gauteng province lies the city of Johannesburg, where the Central Corridor is located. This corridor is known as Africa's financial and technological nerve center, focusing on innovation, research, and development. One of the key projects in this corridor is the establishment of a smart city in the Greater Lanseria Node, which involves the development of economic activities, residential areas, agricultural land use, modernized road and railway transportation, renewable energy, up-to-date infrastructure for cell phones, information networks, and high-speed broadband connectivity to enhance the experience of residents, businesses, and visitors. The Eastern Corridor is focused on the aerospace, which is Ekurhuleni, manufacturing, transport and logistics, and pharmaceutical industries. Projects herein include the development of a medical manufacturing cluster as well as the jewelry manufacturing precinct, which became operational in 2021. The project involves the development of varying range of facilities catering for the beneficiation of precious and semi-precious minerals and stones, diamond cutting, polishing, and trading of jewelry. The corridor is also home to Africa's first erythropolis, which anchors its growth trajectory on the busiest airport on the continent, OR Tambo International Airport, and its manufacturing capabilities. In the southern corridor, where we have established the Vaal Special Economic Zone, or rather we are in the process, the aim is to unlock the potential of the waterfront developments in the Mfuleni and Mid-Vaal areas at the proximal end of the Vaal River, as well as to unlock the agricultural potential of Sidibeng as the food basket of the Gauteng City region. The Vaal area of the Gauteng province has for decades been a hub for manufacturing, heavy industrial development, and engineering. It is here where we aim to grow the untapped potential in the agricultural, manufacturing, logistics, and the renewable energy sectors in the province, and to position the region as an agropolis. And finally, the Western Corridor, which is Western, which is anchored around mining initially with a focus on tourism, agribusiness, and agro-processing. The key project is Farm to Fork. This is a digital multi-layered platform that enables and unlocks various technologies and convergences of technologies and different industries. It is a collaboration of different industry specialists from the private, educational, and government sector. The initiative was born out of the desire to support disenfranchised growers and simultaneously support communities facing food shortages. Our assertion that Gauteng is the heartbeat of the continental economy is evidenced by its strategic location as a gateway to the Southern African development community. The Trans-Kalahari Corridor, also known as the Maputo Corridor, connects Gauteng with the Mpumalanga province, the Indian Ocean, the Pacific Rim, Mozambique, and the SADC region via Botswana. It is a major trade corridor comprised of roads, railway, ports, and border facilities, and a vital route for South African exporters seeking access to the Indian and Far Eastern market. Program Director, this overview of the development corridors in Gauteng, as well as the priority sectors that have been identified and to which significant investment is being injected, provide an outline of the investment potential of Gauteng province. There is no question that investing in this province is an investment in the South African economy, and indeed the economy of the entire African continent. At this juncture, I wish to turn to the objectives of this conference. The Gauteng Investment Conference has various linked objectives that are all geared towards the development agenda, not only of the province, but of the country, the region, and the continent. The Gauteng provincial government aims to attract 800 billion in investment pledges over 5 years towards the development of infrastructure that will bolster the continental economy. Thus, the key objective of this conference was to secure 300 billion in investment commitments as a foundational step towards our 800 billion target. In announcing this investment initiative, we were making a call for both domestic and international investors to support the transformative initiative in Gauteng that is grounded in sustainable and inclusive economy. It gives me great pleasure to inform you that this call has been headed by more than 300 investors, local and international, who recognize the strategic importance of partnering with the province. As of yesterday, the 2nd of April 2025, we have surpassed the target that we had set for ourselves. And I think that deserves a round of applause. We have managed to secure pledges with an investment value of 312.5 billion. This is 12.5 billion more than our initial target. Our investors, or rather our potential investors, are geographically spread across 5 continents. From South Africa, we have pledges amounting to 179 billion. From the United States of America, we have pledges, Minister. As you manage the other issues, we are doing business with the private sector. So, from the United States of America, we have pledges amounting to 51.4 billion. In the European Union, pledges have been received from France and Estonia, totaling just over 2.8 billion. In addition to this, we have received pledges amounting to 30 billion from the United Kingdom and 650 million from Switzerland. Pledges from India amounts to 4.9 billion, while those from Pakistan amounts to 5 billion. From Australia, we have received pledges totaling 1.8 billion. Pledges received from China, and I know CG, in our discussion we agreed we are going to do much better. Next year China will be leading. For this year it's about 2 billion, while these are confirmed projects. There are others in the pipeline, so we didn't take everything that we have. We took everything that has been verified. Whilst multinational companies have pledged just over 34.7 billion. These pledges have been directed towards specific projects across all 5 development corridors of Gauteng. So we are not talking a number that's not attached to sectors, that's not attached to a geographical area. So in the Central Corridor, Honorable Mayor, it is worth about 174.9 billion of the share that will be coming your way. In the Eastern Corridor, it's 36 billion. The Northern Corridor, about 13 billion. The Southern Corridor, about 42 billion. The Western Corridor, about 23.7 billion. And the broader Gauteng city region, so pledges are sitting at 312, as I've said. A total of 60 projects across 15 sectors and subsectors have received the investment pledges. A total of 7 projects in the agro-processing sector, MEC Ramokgopa, have received investments amounting to 22.7 billion, whilst 12 projects in the manufacturing sector have received a total of 15.3 billion. In the energy sector, 5 projects have received a total of 4.9 billion, whilst 80.7 billion has been pledged towards 6 projects in the ICT sector. A total of 2.9 billion has been pledged towards 3 mining sector projects, while 5 projects in the transport and logistics sector have received 39.7 billion in pledges. In the property development sector, 11 projects have received 123.7 billion in investments, while 3 projects in the automotive sector have received 9.8 billion. A total of 4.1 billion has been pledged to 2 projects in the steel sector, and I'm sure you'll be happy, Minister, to hear this. 144 million has been pledged to a key water and sanitation sector project, and we're looking for more. That will significantly alleviate the water security challenges faced by the Gauteng province, whilst 550 has been directed towards a project in the agricultural sector to aid with food sovereignty in the province. A pledge of 225 million has been received for a project in the retail sector, while 250 million has been received for a project in the health sector. A total of 2.6 billion has been pledged for a project in the chemical sector. And finally, 5 billion has been pledged for a project in the aviation sector. That is the anchor of the Erythropolis in the province. province's Eastern Corridor. So, ladies and gentlemen, these investments are an expression of the power of public-private partnerships that we as the Gauteng provincial government believe will grow and develop the provincial, national and continental economy. We are committed to building strong partnerships with the private sector globally. We believe that private sector is crucial for economic growth and development, and that it acts as a major job creator, driver of innovation, and a significant contributor to national income and tax revenues, whilst also providing essential goods and services. We are unambiguous in our priority to enhance project preparation and execution, and this will ensure that projects are well prepared with a focus on risk mitigation, feasibility, and investor readiness. The project investment book that has been prepared for this conference is an indication that we are not hosting this conference for the sake of mere discussions, but to give practical, financial, and technical support to projects for which we as provincial government have already made significant investments at different levels. Our investors can be confident that we are not building castles in the sky, but that their much needed investments will be directed towards a clear path of economic development in Africa. Our target to raise 800 billion within the next 5 years is not unrealistic. Investing in high growth sectors is the clearest path towards developing the economic and infrastructure capabilities of South Africa and the broader African continent. I would like to implore more companies and governments to invest in our infrastructure development efforts. It is a mutually beneficial commitment that from whence all stakeholders will derive sustained value. Program Director, before I conclude, I wish to state and affirm the pledge of the Gauteng provincial government. Everybody else has pledged, now is our time to pledge as Gauteng government. And we want to pledge to investors, to partners, and all stakeholders for whom the prosperity of our province is a priority. On behalf of the provincial government, we pledge, as stated and affirmed in both the State of the Province address and the provincial budget speech, that we will work hard to ensure that we create a conducive environment for businesses to thrive. We pledge to create a conducive business environment and achieve higher growth through the promotion of good governance, which will curb corruption. We pledge to strengthen institutions and systems in our provincial departments and municipalities. We pledge to implement reforms to improve the ease of doing business, including but not limited to investing in reliable infrastructure. This infrastructure includes power, transport, water and sanitation, and telecommunications. We pledge to support research and development. We pledge to create a stable and predictable regulatory environment by ensuring that laws are clear, consistently enforced, and predictable. We pledge to streamline business processes by simplifying licensing and registration processes where possible, facilitating efficient internal business processes within government and municipalities, and improving supply chain management in the provincial government to ensure reliable and efficient supply chain processes. Finally, we pledge to continue the investments that we have made in sector plans by prioritizing infrastructure development through strong public-private partnership. This is a pledge to which the Gauteng provincial government must be held accountable. It also a pledge with actionable programs and interventions, some of which are already in place. I wish to conclude by expressing my deepest gratitude on behalf of the Gauteng provincial government, led by the Honorable Premier Panyaza Lesufi, to all those who have pledged investments. There is no path to South Africa's and indeed the African continent's development without collaboration. May we be ceaseless in our efforts to building lasting and mutually beneficial partnerships. Together, let's make Africa work. Thank you very much.
Investing in Gauteng for me has been where the market is, so the population of Gauteng is more than 12 million and it's the largest in South Africa, and it makes it a mega city, and mega city is a catalyst in terms of economic development.
Gauteng is more than just a province. It's a strategic investment destination.
Gauteng actually provides a very supportive business environment for our companies as owner from foreign companies to grow in South Africa.
Gauteng is essentially the hub. When we set up our business, in order to get the right economy of scale, to be able to produce for all those suppliers, it was important to have a well-positioned hub. So we're very close to our biggest customer, Ford Motor Company, as well as BMW and Nissan. So that was, in essence, the reason for the company being founded here.
Within this 100 million investment, we bring the best technologies available across the world to decrease the usage of water and to decrease the usage of electricity and heat, for instance. And more importantly, I think the GGDA should continue to foster the work that we are going to conduct in the coming month. It's the signature today, and now we have to build the plans.
Discover Gauteng. Invest in growth. Be part of the future. The Gauteng Investment Conference.
Investing in Gauteng for me has been
Ladies and gentlemen, if I may have your kind attention, please. Thank you so very much. And might I kindly request for us to kindly please take our seats. Thank you very much for your kind attention. I do appreciate that. From this vantage position where I'm standing, I can see everyone who's still on their feet. And I'm going to kindly request all of those people to kindly please take their seats. Thank you so very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we realize that I think many are taking a bio break as and when is required. And we just appreciate and kindly and humbly request that when we do that, that we take them as quietly as possible. What we've just missed, but we will have an opportunity to bring these videos to the fore again, are some of the other opportunities that have been unlocked by various companies, even more investments to what the MEC has shared. I don't want us to miss the significance of what the MEC has shared with us before I call on the Honourable Minister. The numbers that he has shared are not to be sneezed at. 312 billion rand. Right, ladies and gentlemen, I think that deserves a round of applause. Thank you so much. And of course, MEC, as you speak to us about the target of 500 billion rand, which you yourself have said is certainly attainable, we will keep in mind the sector plans that you've highlighted and how they are positioned to be the catalysts that will unlock that investment and really meet the objectives and ambitions of growing Gauteng Together 2030. But more than anything else, MEC, we take away a powerful soundbite from you that this is a moment where we are able to prioritize the prosperity of the province. It's a beautiful play on words, but more importantly, it's a clarion call that has landed in the room. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as I prepare to call on the Honourable Minister, I want to invoke back some of the words that we heard from His Excellency, the Secretary General of the African Continental Free Trade Area, where he described the current environment where we find ourselves in as an environment where trade policy has been weaponized. And it is against this context that we invite the Minister to speak about what does it mean and look like to re-industrialize South Africa, and more importantly, how do we close the gap between policy and impact in this environment? Let's give the Honourable Minister a big round of applause, please. Thank you, Minister. I think we can give him a little bit more energy as he takes his walk up. Thank you very much. Oh, nice to see you, Minister.
Thank you very much to our program director. I hope I'm audible or bring it closer. I didn't caucus with the people that manipulate the sound to mitigate my incapacity or limited capacity. Program Director, thank you very much. Allow me to also acknowledge, of course, the Premier of Gauteng in his absentia, our host, MEC Lebogang Maile, MEC for Finance and Economic Development in the province of Gauteng, members of the Executive Council, executive mayors in the province of Gauteng, leaders of organized business and labor in the province, members of the diplomatic corps, existing and potential investors, ladies and gentlemen. As the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition, we are honored sincerely to be here with you today at this Gauteng Investment Conference. This investment conference is most timely and appropriate as the geopolitical economy is undoubtedly undergoing profound challenges and shifts that affect our local economies in the areas of trade, investment, and financial flows. The global economic uncertainty affects the demand for our products and our ability to create sustainable jobs. Certainly, the uncertainty caused by unilateral trade, tariffs, and decisions has significantly put at risk multilateral trade rules as set by the World Trade Organization. This has significant implications for an economy like ours, which is connected to major global markets and is a significant financial center. As a country, we will need to tap into the steadfast South African resilience in the face of these adversities and turn our challenges into opportunities through commitment and resolve by working together. It is therefore critical that we face this moment with fortitude, as well as build our capacity to analyze and respond to an uncertain global environment. We should also be clear what our strengths are, what the threats are that may emerge, as well as the opportunities in our control that create connections to a diverse global market. If there is one message that we must convey today, it is that diversifying trade relationships is absolutely critical in a world where neo-mercantilistic trade policies are emerging. In addition, we are required to increase our level of sophistication in the economy whilst establishing and strengthening measures to safeguard our sovereignty and constitutional order. Ladies and gentlemen, for the first time since its establishment, the G20 will be hosted on the African continent following the admission of the African Union as a member of the G20. The G20 presidency is an invaluable opportunity for South Africa to advance its efforts towards greater global economic growth and sustainable development. Importantly, it is a watershed moment for the continent as we utilize our presidency to advance an African agenda. As South Africa will be leading on 4 key considerations, namely 1, action to strengthen disaster resilience and response. 2, ensure debt sustainability for low-income countries. 4, mobilize finance for a just energy transition. And 4, harness critical minerals for inclusive growth and sustainable development. We are all affected by the persistent geopolitical shifts and rising trade tensions. Therefore, it is important for us to work together to leverage the opportunities available to us as we continue to deepen our relationships and firmly entrench our global presence. An understated fact is that the G20 presidency provides an opportunity to showcase the multiple capabilities of our country and will play a big role in complementing our drive for diversified trade and investment partnerships. As the DTIC, we have been hard at work over the past few months, working on diversifying market access opportunities, focusing on the Africa Continental Free Trade Area as our immediate opportunity. It is encouraging that despite geopolitical, or if you like, geotrade developments, we have received resounding support from our G20 partners, and this shows South Africa's standing as a leader and trusted partner amongst the global community of nations. Certainly, as decades-old patterns are changing, there is opportunity for Gauteng to lead, and this time on terms which give us deep value chain participation. We will soon be announcing, as the government, what steps we will take to lower the cost of doing business, the cost of making things, and providing services from South Africa. It goes without saying, this is a shared endeavor between the public and the private sectors as we tackle key enablers such as the cost and availability of industrial electricity, of freight and logistics systems, and of digital infrastructure, and the readiness and capabilities of our workforce. As we do this, we are following the data to the sectors where we can concentrate efforts and unlock value. This includes mining as a sunrise sector with increased exploration and mining activities and beneficiation of our critical minerals and rare earth metals here at source through building regional value chains with our sister countries on the continent. We're also focusing on the green economy, including deepening battery value chain here at home and implementing our green hydrogen commercialization strategy. Accelerating the work of the Cannabis Master Plan, which has been severely neglected, is one of our key priorities. Our project management unit was established, and the next step is to focus on implementation. Gauteng is uniquely placed to assist in enhancing our services sector value as we look to take advantage of the AfCFTA and export South Africa's world-class services sector. As we pursue an industrial strategy that is based on decarbonization, diversification, and digitization, we are proud of the capabilities of the province to enable and to catalyze our growth in all these areas. Ladies and gentlemen, the GGDA, or Gauteng Growth and Development Agency, has made significant strides in developing systems to gain market intelligence through its barometer. These kinds of systems can be integrated into national government to provide more accurate guidance in our decision-making. According to the GGDA, in the 2023-2024 financial year, Gauteng facilitated over 52 billion rand in investment, of which 21.6 billion came from foreign direct investment. These figures highlight the essential role Gauteng plays in fostering investor confidence and catalyzing economic growth for our country. This work is made possible and supported by initiatives such as the Special Economic Zones and Industrial Parks program. And these programs have scored remarkable achievements. For example, the success of the Tshwane Special Economic Zone has breathed new life into the Gauteng economy, leading the way with an investment from Ford Motor Company of 16 billion rand. The OR Tambo SEZ also secured over 1 billion in investment, whilst the Vaal SEZ attracted 4.6 billion rand in commitments, exceeding its 2 billion rand target. I believe that the investment by Citibank into the Vaal SEZ provides an excellent blueprint into how we can use equity equivalents as a mechanism to enhance investment propositions that are more complex. Excuse me. Excuse me. Today, as the DTIC, we are making a call for the Gauteng province to provide leadership in unlocking the opportunities provided in the AfCFTA. Utilizing these economic hubs, we have repeatedly mentioned these numbers. Gauteng in particular is a leading hub and a gateway for a market of 1 billion people in Africa. This opportunity can only be fully leveraged by building internal resilience. The challenge is put to the Gauteng government to improve operational efficiency across industrial zones and simplify regulatory compliance, utilizing institutions like Invest as a one-stop shop. We need to work together in an all-of-government approach to leverage financial instruments to mitigate risks brought on by changing tariff structures. Our role in this regard must be to help companies to enhance their competitiveness. Ladies and gentlemen, partnerships for mutual benefit are certainly under threat from unilateral tariff measures. Therefore, South Africa will not be left wanting in this trade tussle. We are actively working towards new opportunities and new markets for our goods and services and working with partners to see the value of mutually beneficial partnerships. We recently returned from a trip in Japan, which was led by our Deputy President together with a team of ministers. I'm happy to report that we secured in Japan a willing and respectful partner. We'll be expanding our partnership to include some of the sectors I mentioned earlier, including green hydrogen and battery technologies for new energy vehicles, amongst others. In addition, we recently hosted a highly successful South Africa-EU summit where a commitment of renewed investment into South Africa was made. As you would recall, an announcement was made of close to 100 billion rands worth of investments in South Africa. Our work program with the European Union will now have a clean trade and investment partnership at the center to organize our efforts to drive lower carbon industrialization. Ultimately, the point is that we're not sitting back and waiting to be affected by what is happening around us. We're actively engaged in a process of making South Africa work and leaving no one behind. As the DTIC, we encourage the private sector and the province to take advantage of these doors that are being opened by national government. Allow me to also indicate that over the next month, we will be engaged in investment drives in both Paris, led by the Deputy President, and in the Gulf region, leveraging commitments that have been made by the UAE and Saudi Arabia in particular, but also including Qatar. Ladies and gentlemen, data has proven that potential for MSMEs to expand the economy and create jobs is invaluable. In addition, as Gauteng, you are the location for leading research institutions in our country, as well as a deep financial sector. Thus, supporting emerging business and financing innovation should also be at the center and at the heart of your investment strategy. This requires the appropriate linkages with providers of capital, partnerships across public and private sector, including leveraging the capabilities of our venture capital markets. In order to succeed in this effort, we cannot simply use the tools of the past, but build an ecosystem that allows for more innovative methods to support MSME growth. This is a critical part of our resilience. MEC and colleagues, in conclusion, as the DTIC, we commend the Gauteng Provincial Government and the Department of Economic Development in particular for organizing this investment conference, and we agree that indeed Gauteng is open for business. The province is ideally positioned as a growth center globally. It has mature capital markets and the continent's largest concentration of financiers and engineers and a manufacturing base on the continent. Allow me, MEC, to also state that later this year, on the sidelines of the B20, here in Gauteng, national government will be hosting its investment conference. This is a particularly unique investment conference in that it takes place on the sidelines of B20. This is a period in which captains of industry throughout the world will be concentrated in Gauteng, and it is an opportunity to showcase our investment products, our capability, and, of course, our world-renowned hospitality. We would like to encourage investors to utilize the opportunity provided by the Africa Continental Free Trade Area to link the capability in this province and the opportunities in the continent. We must face this challenging world that also has opportunities with confidence, determination, and resolve to advance the development of our country and our continent and to improve the quality of life of our citizens. Let us work together to seize and take advantage of the opportunities the province presents and wish you success in your deliberations. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, I probably just have 2 lines to say. Investment notwithstanding, resilience notwithstanding. That is the posture, that is the energy of not only South Africa, but certainly of the Gauteng province. Let's give our Honourable Minister a big round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, just to bring you into the fold in terms of how we're going to proceed, I know it's been a long morning, but we have been hearing from a range of different leaders. This is an opportunity for us now just to tap into 2 conversations before we break for lunch. Our lunch is going to be expansive in allowing us to connect, to regroup before we go into our roundtable breakaway sessions later on in the afternoon. It's my pleasure now to welcome onto the stage Professor Adrian Saville from the Gordon Institute of Business Science. He is going to lead the session firstly by setting the scene on the question of investment as a driver of growth. He then will introduce his panelists who will then join him in a panel discussion on positioning Gauteng as Africa's premier investment destination. Adrian, if I may invite you to the podium, and let's give him a nice warm round of applause as he comes up. Thank you, Adrian.
Good morning, everyone. It's a nice warm response. Thank you. I have an apple if there's... It's not going to do a giveaway. It's a pleasure to be with you. I'll make some opening remarks on the way to my panel discussion. I'll introduce the panel in a moment. But to set the scene for the discussion that we head into in a moment. Over the course of the last 15 years, I've been involved in a piece of work that explores, interrogates the ingredients that are common to countries that are able to transition from poverty to prosperity. And the incredible privilege we have in this work is we have access to data for 160 countries, 60 years of data, 1,200 line items per country. It's a massive data set. At the time when we started this work, 2008, 2009, we didn't know that what we were doing would become called big data and machine learning, but that's exactly what we got up to. And from then to now, we've continued to build, develop this very elegant model. And the reason why I use the word elegant is because one of the dangers that economists, that's my training by background, one of the dangers that economists bring into any conversation is assumptions and beliefs. And these are two very, very dangerous instruments. And so our naive interrogation is to feed the big data this simple question: what are the ingredients that are common to countries that transition from poverty to prosperity? And here, to my delight, this very powerful, deep and wide pool of data delivers just 6 ingredients, which today I cheekily call the Savile six-pack, with the hope that it reflects something that's been developed in a gym rather than in a brewing plant. But so the 6 factors, what I like about them is that first, no assumption sets the stage, that all of this is assumption-free, that the ingredients are common to countries as diverse, different as Vietnam to Chile, and that they span multi-decades, that this cannot be confused with luck or chance or coincidence. So what are these 6? The first is an elevated savings and investment rate. In a moment on the panel, we will discuss how Gauteng achieves a 25% investment rate. That isn't a made-up number or just something that is magicked out of a hat. The world average of investment to GDP ratio is about 22%. So 25 would get you ahead of the world average. That is an important element of being able to deliver fast, elevated, inclusive growth. Thank you. Fast, elevated, inclusive growth is being above average, better than average. If we scan the world and ask who else is doing this, it's interesting that the fastest growing economies, Pan-African, are all achieving this. Ethiopia, Tanzania, Ghana, Kenya, Rwanda are all sitting with 30% and more as a percentage of GDP. And this investment shouldn't be confused with financial investment. If you put money into a unit trust, that isn't an investment, it's actually a saving. That's a spoiler. You've actually made a saving, you haven't made an investment, because you're buying someone else's investment that they've already made. So what investment refers to specifically is gross domestic fixed investment, to use the economic language. And that means highways, harbors, fiber optic cable, schools, warehouses. The second ingredient is demography. You need babies. There's only one country that has transitioned successfully without babies, and that's China. And China achieved it by moving people from farm to factory. There was an engineered, I use that word very liberally, there was an engineered demographic dividend. If you've got people that you can move from less productive to more productive enterprises, that is the equivalent to having population growth. So China is the exception, not the rule. Every other country that has transitioned from poverty to prosperity has babies. South Africa ticks this box, population growth of about 1.5%, above the world average. The third ingredient, and all of the speakers this morning have made reference to this, is the importance of policies and institutions able to implement those policies. These two are inextricably intertwined. You cannot have policies that are effective without institutions that are capable. Absent one, and you might as well absent the other. Policies without institutions are just words, and institutions without policies are busy idiots. Just checking if you're listening. Those are the third ingredients. And incidentally, as an aside, when it comes to policy, what we find in this work, to my absolute delight, is it is policy stability rather than the policy itself that matters. Policy stability. The fourth ingredient and the fifth ingredient, I'll commingle because I think they're self-evident in a room like this: education and healthcare. I'll put two very quick caveats into this education and healthcare in the interest of managing our time. The first is that healthcare carries a higher weight than education in our explanatory model. You cannot educate a sick workforce, to put it simply. And then education and healthcare powerfully combine into the single most important way in which you can position a society and its communities for prosperity is the first 1,000 days, which feed sustained performance in education and healthcare. If you get the first 1,000 days wrong, it almost doesn't matter what you do after that. You can't catch your tail. And the first 1,000 days are before birth and then 800 days, 700 days after birth. That's your 1,000 days. And importantly, the investment that you make in those 1,000 days is the lowest in human capital investment, and it delivers the highest return on capital investment. And there's enough policymaker ears in this room to know that I'm speaking to the people that matter when it comes to achieving these social and economic impacts. The sixth ingredient, look how far I've got without mentioning Donald Trump. The sixth ingredient, the sixth ingredient is openness. There is no country that has achieved prosperity by building walls. If you find that country, I was going to give you an Apple iPhone as a prize. There is no country that has achieved prosperity by building walls. Every single country that has transitioned has done this through integration with others, finding partners, and most obviously the neighborhood rather than global. The neighborhood first, then global. There's other important messages here in South Africa and Gauteng, thinking about how to position ourselves for the important tasks ahead. This doesn't mean that openness in and of itself is good, because we can think of horrific episodes and incidents of openness. Transatlantic slave trade, war, imperial occupation, colonization. So openness, like marriage, is not necessarily a good thing. You need a win-win partnership. You are listening. You need a win-win partnership in your relationships. That's the imperative. Now I'll close before inviting my panel by making these observations. That when we look at, so why worry so much about economic growth? Why am I obsessed with finding the ingredients that help a country transform from low per capita income to high per capita income? Why the fascination? Beyond fascination, why the obsession? Well, we get guidance here from leading thinkers like the Zambian-born, Harvard-trained economist Dambisa Moyo, where she shows that the correspondence between per capita income and other things is high. And when it comes to explaining the longevity of democracy, per capita income is the single most important explainer of the longevity of democracy. If you get above $10,000 per person, your democracy lasts forever. Below $2,500 per person, your democracy struggles to make a decade. Per capita income also corresponds very high with another longevity, not just the longevity of democracy, that powerful, valuable institution, but your and my longevity, how long we live. Democracy, per capita income also corresponds with democracy, per capita income, and longevity with our self-reported happiness. And then it corresponds with country competitiveness. So this is a powerful ingredient into driving things that are central to nations that thrive, regions that thrive, provinces that thrive, cities that thrive, communities and households that thrive. This is the single most important ingredient, and it is our collective work to do this here. I'll close with a simple example. I've used the bad analogy of marriage, but most of us get this. We understand it because we've experienced some version of it, if not a marriage, at least an enduring relationship firsthand. So these parallels travel well. It's much easier to talk about other people than us. Think of marriage counseling. And so let's talk about a country called Costa Rica. And my choice of country and the timing of this narrative is probably self-evident. In 1994, Costa Rica is the poorest country in Central America. It's what development economists rudely refer to as a banana republic, because Costa Rica's primary export is bananas and coffee. And the insult is the only thing you're able to do is what the great Creator gave you. God gave you sunshine, fertile soil, rainfall, and therefore you can grow and export bananas. Costa Rica is a banana republic. Its inflation rate is 100% per annum. Its unemployment rate is 25% per annum. Its Gini coefficient is one of the highest in the region, and its per capita income is the lowest in the region. And its neighbors, to be clear, are Nicaragua, Honduras, Haiti, Colombia, Venezuela. This is a dodgy neighborhood. And they are the poorest in that neighborhood. Jose Figueres comes to power, and he does a couple of things that transition this country in the space of 15 years. Within 15 years, Costa Rica has achieved a middle income per capita status. Their unemployment rate has fallen from 25% to 5%. Their inflation rate has fallen from 100% to 5%. Female participation in the workforce is amongst the highest in the world. And the transition involves a couple of ingredients. The first is finding powerful partnerships, funding partners, which include development finance institutions and Intel. They bring Intel in as a collaborative partner, and they allow Intel to design their engineering curriculum on the condition that Intel has an offtake agreement and hires the engineers that graduate from Costa Rican universities. They open their skies so that any licensed airline can fly in with tourists and out with microprocessors. They turn their customs from 2 weeks paper-based to 24-hour electronic tagging, meaning customs is open 24 hours a day. And they go from having an unreliable, inefficient electricity supply system, insert chuckle here. Within 3 years, they have transformed their electricity supply system so that it runs 300 days a year today, uninterrupted on renewables. And I'll close with this observation that South Africa has more photovoltaic irradiation than almost any place in the world. If they can do it, why don't we? Or if they can do it, shall we? Thank you. I suspect that there's going to be some podium and furniture rearranging. We're going to tuck here? Okay. So let me invite my panel. So first, thank you for laughing at the right places. And the same rule applies with the panel. You laugh at the right places. Let me just make 2 words of introduction to myself so that you have some sense of my role and position here. I have a professorship in economics, finance, and strategy at the Gordon Institute of Business Science, South Africa's leading business school, where I look after the Center for African Management and Markets. We have valuable partnerships historically with the likes of Business Leadership South Africa, PPC. Today we have valuable partnerships with Aspen, Pharmacare Northwest Provincial Government, DHL. Addressing and responding to important social and economic considerations. I also look after an enterprise called Boundless World, where we put at the center of every conversation 3 questions. Where do we go, how do we go, and why do we go? Which are 3 critical considerations for any enterprise, whether public or private. My privilege is to host the panel to discuss how Gauteng can strengthen its position as a gateway to Africa. And to join me in the conversation, Ms. Busi Mabuza, Board Chairperson of the IDC and Chair of SA BRICS Business Council. As I say your name, my invitation is for you to join me here. Mr. Saki Zamzaka, Acting Group CEO of GGDA. Ms. Lezeka Macheka, Managing Director of Strategic Partnerships at Harith General Partners. I'm not sure if at any point I have to make a disclaimer, former student or I wish you were a student, potential student, and Advocate Mto Zulu, President of Saki. Right. Does that make that chair mine?
Well, you can choose. They got you a special one here.
I think I'm going to sink into that one. You've got to look at my demographics. The 55 plus needs the firmer chair. Right. Just checking you've all got me still. Great, thank you. So let's jump into our conversation. And if I could get some guidance from the organizers on what our timing looks like, just that I can manage our conversation. So my opening question goes to Busi. And it runs like this. Gauteng has been a critical hub for investment historically. This has been the lifeblood. If we rewind 100 years, the place to live in the world, the destination city was Johannesburg. This was the place to go to. And for a long time, through South Africa's economic, political, and social transition, Gauteng has been the heartbeat of the South African economy. It remains the heartbeat of the South African economy. We've heard important numbers earlier today. About 1/3 of GDP is generated here. But here's my simple question to you. How can the province enhance inward investment? What needs to be done?
Adrian, nothing that hasn't been talked about already. So going back to the input that we've already received from the esteemed minister, the MEC, and including your own scene-setting comments, it's important that we continue incentivizing investment through special dispensations such as the SEZs that we have and that we are already as indicated by the MEC Maile, investing quite a lot in. I would dare to say, consider tax breaks as an opportunity for investors that would attract a lot of investments. I love the work that our investment promotion agencies are already doing, very focused marketing, which we now need even more than we thought we did a couple of years ago under the current circumstances.
Are there specific examples that you could speak to give us just some sense of this is what's been done, or perhaps an example of what might be done?
So in partnership with the GGDA, for example, the BRICS Business Council hosted a delegation from the Shandong province in China last year, and this enabled business-to-business engagements on opportunities that are available here for from investors who are hungry for opportunity and who also realize that you referred to the demographic dividend. The sub-Saharan population has 40% representation of people under the age of 15. So this is where the workforce of the world is going to come from. And if you look at the input that was given by Neil, for example, that companies compete specifically globally within their own multinational structures for opportunities. I think this bodes very well for our population to actually attract investment to here. So I like that. I like the fact that the Gauteng province had such a formidable representation campaigning at the World Economic Forum for inward investment. So those would be my examples.
Busi, thank you. I've just received a note that we have, so for my panelists, we can go to 11:15. Okay, so we've got a lovely time to, I was going to try a joke and say 12:15, but I think that might fall flat. Stepping off my prepared questions, Busi, if I could just stay with you for a minute. It says this thing about the BRICS Council. Just one or two words about what's going on there?
Of course, we're talking, Adrian, now about over 40% of the world's population represented in the BRICS nations. We're talking about over 35% of global GDP represented in that. But more importantly, I liked the statistic that over 60% of global GDP growth in 2023-24 came from the BRICS nations.
Yeah.
So this is a position that we need to nurture. We need to ensure that we campaign to not just stay in BRICS, but also leverage the opportunity of the partnership that we have there. Of course, it's very exciting that we now have 2 other African nations that are in BRICS, and I believe that the African Continental Free Trade Area is going to become an even more meaningful and realistic opportunity under these circumstances.
Thank you, and thanks for allowing me to go off script. Saki, if I could come to you, the ambition here in our, as part of this conference, is that Gauteng positions itself as the gateway to Africa. There's a geographic awkwardness in that, if I could make the obvious observation. You have to come down to go up. So unfortunately, that's where fate puts us, right at the tip of the continent. What needs to be done to affirm or reaffirm that positioning?
Thank you, Adrian.
Sakya, yeah. There we go.
Thank you, Adrian. So a couple of things. We were doing some modeling with the colleagues at GGDA, and we said one of the nice numbers maybe to target as a country is that we want to reach $1 trillion economy. At the current rate, it would take us forever rate of growth to get there, but if our economy grew by 10% per annum, we could achieve that in 7.5 years. People may say 10% seems too high. There's a time where the Chinese economy grew on average at between 8+%. The Indian economy currently grows at about 8%, and there are 5 trillion rands. So it is possible. So we're saying we've got to challenge ourselves on what it is that we can do. I'm seeing Bumi here, and one of the things we're talking about, and it will probably be in the logistics panel, is the fact that air traffic now has passenger and cargo, but you're starting to have, let's say, pharmaceutical car companies who are looking at air freight as a possibility because it gets goods into places that they need to fairly quickly. So what we then chose we're going to do, which is basically what this conference is really about, is to demonstrate what is happening in the economy on these investments. I mean, we have one entity here that's a data center. They pledged about 2-3 billion a couple of years ago that they were going to invest. It happened. But for that to happen, they needed to have site development plans approved by municipalities. They needed ESCOM at a time where we didn't have energy supply that was secured. They needed ESCOM to commit what they can do because they need more than 90%, 99% actually availability to their customers. So that's one example. We have Heineken that's putting up a factory in Heidelberg. This is a malt factory, which is one of the ingredients they need for beer. They were importing more than 20,000 containers of malt and barley. Now that is going to be sourced from farmers in South Africa. So it's not just money that, as you say, goes into gross fixed capital formation, but you now have downstream that's going to happen. So the malt and the barley needs to be moved by logistics to where it needs to be, but you now have farmers who have, outside of AB InBev, a new client that is in the market. So that's really what we are doing. I mean, one last example, a factory called AfroZonke, they want to establish in Heidelberg about a 2 billion rands plant, which is actually also going to do import substitution. There's a lot of stuff like jig and many other chemicals we import. Once that factory is up, we are now no longer going to import, they will be done here. But that needed about 75 million rands of government's investment in infrastructure, which is bulk. So many of these, I mean, there's Century, Attack, and property companies that are saying what they're going to invest in the economy. A lot of it relies on bulk infrastructure. So the province has taken a view. We will collaborate with municipalities, we'll collaborate with national, but we need all of them to show us what their pipeline is, what is it that they're investing and how it impacts on the economy. I mean, we know Transnet, and this is what the Revenue Services was saying, that with Transnet's logistics inefficient, it costs the economy about 2-3% in economic growth. That is not happening as a result of that. So really that for us is where the focus is. Everybody knows what it is that is being invested in the economy. We resolve what are the problems, and there are very specific projects. I mean, I can go on, and I thought let me just use a few as practical examples of what we're doing and why then, as you said, with our average incomes, we're still the biggest market for anyone who wants to buy. I mean, almost 16 million people of our population of just about 60 live in Gauteng.
Could I ask, do you have information at the provincial level that you're talking to this 25% target? I infer that you know what the number is at the moment. How close are we to that 25?
So maybe to use a simple number, so South Africa's GDP is about $400 billion. 25% of that is so about $80 billion. That's what, 1.6 trillion rands. So we've said, well, of that 1.6 trillion, if, Gauteng contributes about a third of it, we should be at about maybe 600 billion per annum in investment that is happening in the province. But for now, we said, well, our target is going to be 300 billion, but we want this to increase to about 800 billion in the next couple of years, because as the investment happens, then it becomes a snowballing effect. So for now, we concentrated on what we think we can achieve, but as I said, we know exactly what the number is that we need as Gauteng.
I need to go to my other panelists, but while you've got the microphone, if I could ask you a very brief response. What's the easiest part of your job? What's the hardest part of your job? Your boss is gone.
The easiest part of the job is that everywhere I sit, Gauteng is the biggest economy. So I really don't have to explain. So, I mean, I say to people, we're bigger than KZN and Western Cape combined.
Yeah, so you've got a whole pass on that. That helps.
So
what's the hardest part?
The hardest part often is actually getting people to realize what is happening, a lot of the stuff. So let's take tourism. We still have the biggest number of tourists in the country, but everybody else thinks other provinces do. Our infrastructure is still the biggest in the country, so whether it's skills or many other things. So I think as Gauteng, there's a little bit of complacency we've had over time. So we often didn't want to be the bully in the room that tells everyone that we're the big boys. And I think over time, people have forgotten how big and important we are. So believability is what I think is the biggest challenge, where people get convinced about our ability and what we're actually doing.
Thank you. Lizeka, let me come to you. One of the key elements of attracting investment is you need to be able to offer something that differentiates. This is a fierce competition. You're competing against 200 plus countries who have very sharp blades. Kenya, Nigeria, Ghana, Botswana is making increasing noise about attracting capital. Namibia, Mauritius. What's the magic sauce that gets investors to sit up, and does Gauteng have that?
Thank you, Prof. Adrian. I think a lot has been said. Most of the speakers spoke about, I think just the last speaker, Saki, spoke about bragging rights. We remain the province that has well-established infrastructure. We've got road networks, rail systems, as well as the airports that facilitates the free movement of goods and people, which is quite essential for us to be quite efficient to run operations. And I think the issue of skills, it's something that perhaps we do not elevate enough, but we have skilled workforce. Someone was saying earlier on that we remain a province that attracts the young population. We all know Africa is the last economic frontier, so we remain that attraction. But as Harith itself, which is a leading infrastructure investor in the African continent, we have actually invested in those investments that talks to the development of skills. If you look at Traction, which is a private rail services and solutions provider, we've got a plant in Roslyn that refurbish locomotives, not only for ourselves, but for Transnet, for the private operators. And there lies the technical skills that generally you're not gonna find outside SA. Yes, we have to be mindful and not be, we have to be mindful of the lurking threats. You've mentioned Kenya, you've mentioned Nigeria. However, I still think our financial sector, we've seen how it was important to what was nascent at the time of establishing the renewable energy, how we collaborated to actually set up today what is well-recognized PPP model.
Incredibly sophisticated framework.
Exactly,
Yeah.
And that facilitates the development of the water sector, which we all know that is the backbone of achieving all these plans we committed to. I think the fact that, and I support the ambitions of continuously becoming the significant contributor in terms of the GDP as the province, that is possible. Public-private partnership is the go-to. Harris just returned the SADC headquarters in Botswana. From a 15-year concession, we've actually showcased that PPP does actually work, and this is just one example.
This is the good thing, right? You learn from school that if you sit in the front row, you don't get asked the question.
Yeah, just keep quiet.
I'm coming to you in one sec. You raised the issue there. We were speaking before we get onto this panel. We were exchanging notes, and you raised this issue of partnerships. I also made reference to partnerships in Costa Rica's transformation. No country goes it alone. Won't you say a little bit more about what you see in the power of partnerships? What type of partnerships? Who do we partner with?
In our experience as Harith, I think over the last 19 years, we would not have been where we are without your typical PPP model, but there are other types of partnerships. If you look at cross-border partnerships, we've just launched MEC Maile with Cisco, an American organization, to actually launch a smart building at Harith for us to take that and advance the city's smart city development in Lanseria, our another investment actually, the only international airport in South Africa. Harith has a significant shareholding in that investment. The other one is the
Round of applause for that, eh?
Yes. The other partnership model we've seen, and I think, Saki, you've touched on it, is intergovernmental. It's
Right.
about how do we, work towards one goal. And we've seen it in Kenya when we did the Lake Turkana, the largest wind farm in Africa. Government is resolute to actually be quite efficient. We heard from the Minister Tau about the one-stop shop. So really, we think from a health point of view, there are 3 models. They have been done, they've been tested. It's about elevating them.
You make the point about intergovernmental. I wonder if there isn't also a place for a conversation. Saki, maybe I can come back to you about intra-governmental, that regional, national, provincial, talking to each other. But I better ask Mto a question, otherwise I'm going to get into trouble. If we look at the ambition here, what is business up to that is involved in delivering into this ambition?
No, thank you. Look, first we must congratulate Gauteng team for setting up. Sorry, this thing working. The investment conference. I think as Gauteng, actually, it sends a very bold message to the country. Even though it may seem like it's a provincial conference, it's actually firmly setting up business for a stake in the ground. So if we talk about what the MEC referred to and our colleagues mentioned earlier, the role of the private sector in leading this economy on the back of public investment, it effectively means that you also need a business community that comes along with you. Because you set up these ambitions that you want to build confidence, you want to draw up to $1 billion, close to $1 billion in investments, you need an audience that responds to that. And it's a multi-year plan which should not end here, but ultimately the tangibles that come out of here should be linked to that. So our view is that as organized business, some of these projects need to actually be aligned properly about how does organized business view these kinds of commitments. Are we able to use organized business as a sounding board to ensure that the policies that are put in place are indeed what we need? Are we able to pick up the problems quick enough and have agencies that are responsive thereto? And how do you do that? You take advantage by the fact that not only do you have the largest concentration of economic activity in Gauteng, but you also have the largest concentration of organized business formations in Gauteng, the highest concentration of multinationals in Gauteng. So organized business as it sits in Gauteng is actually a resource for this government. But with this investment conference, we need to transition organized business just being a consultative partner and being a strategic partner with clear measurables like we set up in Operation Vulindlela.
Say a little bit more about that. That last point that you say is particularly interesting and I would say important. So what does that partnership need to look like?
So we have the concept in South Africa of social partnership or social compacting, which is really largely recommendation-based negotiations. So there's never been a template where we say we hold each other accountable on the following things. So each social partner can say this is what we believe in, we agree, we disagree, we move on. But if you really want to build,
so there's sort of hand waving.
Yeah, it's open-ended and we really always hope for the best. But if you really want to get to $1 trillion economy, like Saki mentions, you have to have a cohort of business leaders who are committed to the vision and be able to build institutions that can bring private and public partnership to real fruition. So it must not be a case that this year I talked to the MEC about that we are cooperating, a year later I'm no longer in office, all that falls apart. So we need to be able to say, if these are the commitments that we are making as business, others organized business or multinationals, it must be embedded in our strategy, and we must hold each other accountable and have these measurable targets that every year as we come up towards the target of an 800 billion investment, we're able to come here and say, these are the business leaders, these are the organizations, and how are they influencing their colleagues in the private sector to invest in this vision.
Thank you. That really provides a lot of context and contour. Bus, if I could come back to you, I want to stay with the BRICS story for a second. You really are at the center of critical capital corridors in this country, the role that you play is absolutely vital to the competitiveness of this country. In conversations with BRICS, is the attention on South Africa, is the attention on provinces, or is the attention on cities?
The attention is on the continent.
Wow, I forgot that one.
Recognize the opportunity that the African continent presents, and I believe that partners recognize the fact that the infrastructure that South Africa has already developed, having the most diversified economy in the continent, offers a fantastic opportunity for them to come and put their base here and then look into the opportunity into the rest of the continent. So it's continent.
And thank you. What a lovely correction to my question. I love that. And you know, I suppose just to put a little bit of color to your points, one of the numbers that I'm familiar with is the size of the annual infrastructure deficit, which sits at about $110 billion. That, amongst other things, Africa is under-railed, under-roaded, under-dammed, underpowered. So there is this massive infrastructure requirement. And then perhaps that also comes to points made about the depth and sophistication of the financial cluster to provide the financing conduit. Luzeke, your point. Saki, I want to come back to Luzeke's observation about the intergovernmental. Who are you finding friendly arrangements with? Where's the convenient conversations? Is my part A of my question. And my part B is, do we have coordination at different government levels in terms of policy alignment in South Africa?
Maybe, Adrian, I'll start with the second part. Coordination, there's always room for improvement, and I think there's a lot that's not being done, and I think there's a lot that can be done. But I think what we've seen in practice is that when you converge on a common interest or a common project, it's easy for certain things to move quickly. And I'll make a couple of examples. The MEC for Finance and Economic Development yesterday mentioned that the province over the past couple of years increased the budget for community safety from about 600 million to 2.3 billion. And the reason for it is that we realized for investments in the province, security is important. So whether it's dealing with the so-called construction mafia, where there's a task team particularly looking at that, because it impacts on infrastructure projects, cameras around the province, helicopters, and physical personnel. So we said, well, we've got to collaborate with the municipalities and national to fix what is a gap in the province. So that's what we had to do. I'm seeing here colleagues from PRASA. Gauteng was an economic development project that the province did because the province said, well, public transport is going to be important for economic growth. How you link the airport, the capital city of the country, and what is now de facto central business district that is Sentin is going to be important for our development. And there was collaboration with national and other spheres of government to make that work. We met Transnet recently. They're building a pipeline in the east of the province, Eguruleni, and that pipeline is going to improve the movement of petroleum, taking trucks off the road and put into a pipeline. So those are some of the things. I mean, ITC, we set up with them as a province through the Gauteng Enterprise Propeller, a Township Economy Partnership Fund, and this is a fund to look at underfunded businesses. So province put 200 million, ITC put 200 million, and we leverage that effectively to about 700 million. And if you look at the businesses which were funded out of that, now this is money that's off balance sheet in the province, but wouldn't have happened if we didn't partner with ITC. ITC is not in the market of very small loans, but because the province took risk they came in, and one of those businesses does rentals in townships. So they finance the design, development, facilities management of people who have properties in townships. Well, they started in Galfontein because you need to build systems and processes and everything else, infrastructure, to get this to happen. So we found that when you have very specific things, you get results. I mean, Herith has spoken about what they do, but Herith is an asset manager, and they've invested a lot in infrastructure, not just in South Africa, but in the rest of the continent. I mean, they've done projects in Nigeria, but they've done that because they have money that's pensioners' money, and at a point, there were allowances on how much you can take to the rest of the continent, and they capitalized on it. So these are institutional funds, which are largely government funds, being channeled to the private sector to do something that's meaningful, not just for Africa, but for the rest of the continent. So there is, I think, a lot of wastage in the system, and a lot we can do if we worked together. But I think either than hoping for a perfect world where all of these things are resolved or resolvable, is to be project specific. And when you do certain projects where each of the parties tend to benefit, I found that they tend to move faster.
Thank you. Lizeke, you're nodding very keenly there.
Yeah.
Would it be fair to ask a panel question, say more?
Thanks, Prof. In fact, just one update. Yes, we were an asset manager, fund manager, but the last 5 years we've transitioned to become a permanent capital vehicle because infrastructure is long dated.
Sure.
And we're here to stay. But yes, pension funds, we've got an investment in Mergence Investment Managers, which is an asset manager, managing pension funds, GPF being one of their clients. And that investment itself has actually invested or led the development of the, as I said earlier, on water sector in KZN and Mpumalanga, and we can replicate. Just maybe to add to Saki, and if I'm hearing right, government out of balance sheet has actually, exposed themselves through providing capital, partnered with the likes of the IDC. So blended finance is one of the enablers to make sure that you take that first loss. You've asked earlier on, Prof, how can we be Costa Rica? It took a lot of risk taking, but today they actually are reaping off. So one of the benefits is that partnership where private sector with public sector through the DFIs, partnering with some innovative funding instruments to actually develop some sectors that require that patient capital in so far as achieving long-term goals. So as Herith, we are heavily invested in the city actually, and maybe let me take 2 minutes or 1 minute. Kelvin Power Station, ensuring that Gauteng has got security of energy supply. Huge opportunity to redevelop that power plant into a gas-fired power plant. I spoke about traction, a rail operator talks to open access reforms, partnering again with the likes of Transnet. We've got investment in Massive Group, which owns the DFA and the Vumatel, connectivity, security. You spoke about cameras. We partnered with the city insofar as putting cameras in Gauteng CBD. So we are, as Herith, cognizant that infrastructure is the backbone. I think, but for us, what sets us apart is the issue of an African ownership to solve African problems.
These are lovely insights. Thank you for sharing. And I want to congratulate myself on a brilliant question. We're running out of time, and I'm going to come back through the panel for some quick closing observations in a moment. But before I get there, Thor, if I could ask you, very often in these types of settings and what government needs to do. That's very often the way these conversations go. I want to turn the question the other way around. What does organized business need to do?
Well, I guess we need to re-engineer our patriotism to these kinds of initiatives. It's becoming clear now that we have a shared... I don't know what's going on with it. It's becoming very clear that we have a shared vision now. Gauteng is not a property of the Gauteng government. It's a public asset that all our interests rely on. But what we need to do, obviously, in bolstering this is that if Gauteng seeks to attract international investment, organizations like ours, for instance, the Chamber of Commerce is linked to the International Chamber of Commerce. My chair here from BRICS is also linked to pools of investment from around the world. In the work that we do at business-to-business level, we need to be able to attract and have the messaging in the work that we do that also connects to what the Gauteng people expect to do. So we need to leverage our multi-fora participation. We need to leverage our work in economic diplomacy. And obviously, we need to make sure that our multinationals, who are our members, are also buying into this vision. You know, there are South African companies that are very committed, but a number of them from different countries really want to work with us. There is obviously a bit of a problem in terms of how do you bring them in. Economic diplomacy sits in different departments. But I think the common point is always business organization, business-to-business forums. And I think if we can make sure that these strategies and these visions are embedded in the work that we do in business-to-business level, we'll be able to make a contribution materially to the work that we're trying to, or we're discussing today.
Thank you. If I could come to the panel, as we near the end of our discussion, we've got a couple of minutes left, so if I could ask you each in the space of a minute or less to help me with this question. What is the single most important action Gauteng should do? That question I'm going to ask slightly differently to Saki, and I'm going to say, what is the single most important action Gauteng will do? Busi, and I'll start with you.
I'll pick two, and with the first one being unlocking strategic infrastructure, and in a long-dated way. So South Africa, for example, a few decades ago, invested in the multi-product pipeline with a long-term 20-year, 30-year view, and that has served us very well. So as we intervene in energy, as we intervene in logistics, we should do that with a long-dated approach and not just to resolve the problem now.
We think in decades, not days.
Education, you emphasized the first 1,000 days as being important. Skills development in the first, perhaps, 1,000 days after matric is equally important. I believe it's a travesty that South Africa, in shutting down and refurbishing critical production centers such as the Fosco plant in Richards Bay, has to import skills that are very basic, that should be available in the country, such as welders. Skills development is very important.
Thank you. So I'm leapfrogging you. Okay. You go last. Mto, which one?
I believe that due to the unique nature of Gauteng, I think the agency needs a greater more investment as a business partner, not only to attract investment into Gauteng, but also use Gauteng as a base for outward investment. There is a lot of value you can derive in becoming the headquarters of the world, because we don't have the space in Gauteng, but it doesn't stop us from being the headquarters of work that can be exported to other provinces and other parts of the region. So GGDA should not only be an agency for the province, but it must be profiled as a strategic business partner for the country and the continent.
I love that. Zeka?
Thank you, and thank you to everybody.
No.
Perhaps two parting shots from our side. I think policy certainty is very important. Investors, as we said, investment or infrastructure investment is long dated. You need the policy certainty, and everything else will sort itself out. But I want to leave the room with a quote by Jeff Bezos that says, complaining is not strategy. You have to work with the world, and I want to replace that with Gauteng, as you find it, not as you would have had to be. And I'm making this to the private sector, including ourselves, that enough about complaining. Yeah. Let us actually partner and deliver to make this city the city of choice insofar as global, regional, and local investors are concerned.
I love your point. There's two things. There's two things that drive me mad in these conversations. The one is, this is a complaint forum.
Yes.
This is not going to serve anyone. Complaint forums do not achieve progress. And the second, Saki, you make this, why can't we get to 10% economic growth? I'm tired of hearing about resilience. I don't want to be resilient. I want to be, let's fly.
Yeah.
So Saki, let's change your question, and it's will, not should.
No, thanks, Adrian. I think generally, you get this in the tone. We're very bullish in the province, and especially in the economic development team, about what we are and what we have. Sentin is still the richest gold mine in the continent. So, and that's what we're saying. We have these platforms, and what can we do to grow? And I think today the big message for us is at One Sentin Drive, we have what we call Invest SA. It's a partnership with the TTIC, and we're using that entity to try and solve problems with everyone. So I've shown, entities that we've worked with that need province to bring bulk. Why a lot of the MECs are not here is because we set up meetings with them. You have developers that need a MEC for human settlements to do something with them, or a film company that needs arts and culture MEC. So we set up those meetings so that we can resolve the problem. So we are your partner in business. Some of these infrastructure projects, you need to get to the mayor and you don't know how to do it. So we're basically providing that convening power, that you have an agency that can be your partner in resolving these problems. So really from us, it's to say things are happening. We just need to scale them up. And my hope, because we have a lot of decision makers in the room, is that we get to a point where we depoliticize decision making in South Africa. We have a lot of start-stop. I was asked by one of the...
You found a button.
Yeah, exactly. So I was asked, what does this budget thing mean, GNU, and I think for the past 5-10 years, we've seen that politics don't mean much. The economy of South Africa keeps moving with or without politics. So if the business people can talk more to the technocrats in government so that you know what's happening, and as I'm saying, we have GGTA that can partner with you. So let's let the politicians have fun and do what they are doing and just get into business. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking the panel, and thank you for your engagement and involvement.
I think another round of applause is well deserved by Professor Adrian Seville for beautiful moderation of the conversation as well. Thank you so much. Robust, insightful, and to the point. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to do a quick transition from that conversation to the final panel discussion for the day. But I do want to, final panel discussion for the day in the main plenary session, let me correct myself. I do want to bring to you two quick highlights. One of those is that if you haven't downloaded our conference app, please do so. We've got QR codes that are placed all over the building that you can use to download. More than just following the program, there's a lot of opportunity to make meaningful connections with some of the attendees and the partners that are here, and to really kickstart the investment conversation. So we're really encouraging you to make use of that. After this next panel, I will be sharing some logistics around lunch, but I'm going to reserve that just after the panel. And so at this moment, it's going to be my absolute pleasure for the next 50 minutes to invite the moderator of a conversation on driving Gauteng's competitiveness through infrastructure, and particularly double-clicking on the question of what does it look like to build world-class infrastructure to accelerate economic growth. It is being moderated by Sam Rowland. Sam is an economist. He's also the director for Sub-Saharan Africa of the Economist Intelligence Network, and he comes onto stage to moderate the panel. Sam, can I welcome you with a round of applause? Oh, there he is. Let's give Sam a round of applause as he comes up. And I'm going to give Sam the honor of welcoming and introducing his panelists. And then, ladies and gentlemen, from after that, we'll hear, of course, from the Deputy President, before we break for lunch. Sam, over to you. Yeah.
Hi, good day everyone. If you could just bear with us for a few minutes, please. We just want to mic up our panelists, and I can also get mic'd up, so I'm not going to pull my back out trying to talk to everyone on this lectern. So please, if you could just give us a few minutes to mic up, and then we'll get started. Thank you.
Investing in Gauteng for me has been where the market is, so the population of Gauteng is more than 12 million, and it's the largest in South Africa, and it makes it a mega city, and mega city is a catalyst in terms of economic development.
Gauteng is more than just a province. It's a strategic investment destination.
Gauteng actually provide a very supportive business environment for our companies as owner from foreign companies to grow in South Africa.
Gauteng is essentially the hub. When we set up our business, in order to get the right economy of scale, to be able to produce for all those suppliers, it was important to have a well-positioned hub. So we're very close to our biggest customer, Ford Motor Company, as well as BMW and Nissan. So that was, in essence, the reason for the company being founded here. Within this 100 million investment, we bring the best technologies available across the world to decrease the usage of water and to decrease the usage of electricity and heat, for instance. And more importantly, I think the GGDA should continue to foster the work that we are going to conduct in the coming month. It's the signature today, and now we have to build the plans.
Discover Gauteng. Invest in growth. Be part of the future. The Gauteng Investment Conference.
Gauteng continues to attract major multinational corporations, including key players in ICT, pharmaceuticals, and logistics. The automotive industry plays a significant role in the economic life of South Africa. Tshwane, being the automotive city, home to global giants like Ford, Nissan, and BMW, has positioned Gauteng as a leader in the vehicle manufacturing. Their investment in the sector has exceeded over 15 billion rand, with a projected output of over 200,000 vehicles per year for markets across Africa and beyond. Ekurhuleni, the home of OR Tambo, also known as our manufacturing hub, is cited as one of our special economic zones and has attracted over 4 billion rand in investments, providing world-class facilities for mineral beneficiation, advanced manufacturing, and international trade. OR Tambo is Africa's biggest and busiest airport, facilitating over 21 million passengers.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you again for your patience. Can I ask for the doors to be closed, please? Thank you very much. While our panelists are being mic'd, allow me to make a few of the lunchtime announcements to save on time. And so allow me to invite everyone to kindly please take their seats so that we can take in the logistics for lunch and be clear about where we need to be during lunch and after lunch. So if you're upstanding, may I kindly request for you to take your seats? And if there's a person next to you who's upstanding, I kindly ask you to tap them on the shoulder and for the both of you to take a seat. Thank you very much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, these are the various places where lunch is going to be taking place. For our VIP guests, might I please ask for that corner to please take a seat? Madams, if I can ask you to please take a seat. Thank you, I appreciate that. So ladies and gentlemen, our VIP guests who will be led by protocol, who have been sitting in the front seats throughout the morning, will be taking lunch at the Archer restaurant. The rest of us will all be having lunch at the Keystone, which is upstairs, and there are ushers who are going to be indicating to us where that venue is. And then might I also then just highlight that all the government officials that are in the room, that you are being invited post-lunch to, if you are looking for a space to work, that the Fire and Ice Hotel, which is just across the walkway, has been reserved for you, and there are working spaces for you so that you don't feel that you need to work in the room. So let me repeat that, please. All our government officials who are looking for an opportunity to work during these sessions, the Fire and Ice is available for you to do that. Our VIPs will be ushered by the protocol team to the Archer restaurant, and the rest of us will go to the Keystone restaurant, which is upstairs, and there will be ushers that are available to do that. Sam, it looks like everybody is ready. I'm going to ask us, ladies and gentlemen, in an apology to Sam for a little bit of a rickety start, that we give him really good energy as he comes up onto stage. Thank you so much, Sam.
Yeah.
Am I live? Right, thank you. And you know, when I was told I would be hosting this panel, I was told I was between Adrian Saville and his fantastic brain and the Deputy President. So I am feeling a bit of the pressure at the moment, but I think we are going to have an absolutely fantastic discussion around driving Gauteng's competitiveness through infrastructure. I have an absolutely superb panel here today, and I am really looking forward to this discussion before we hear from the Deputy President. So just a bit of an intro before I welcome up my panelists. And if I can ask that we give them a round of applause at the end. But Gauteng's ability to remain competitive relies heavily on its strength of its infrastructure. Strategic investments in transport, energy, digital connectivity, and logistics are essential to attracting and retaining business. Robust infrastructure not only facilitates economic growth, but also enhances investor confidence and business efficiency. By prioritizing world-class infrastructure, Gauteng can solidify its position as Africa's leading business hub, driving long-term resilience and economic competitiveness. You know, when Adrian mentioned the photovoltaic concentration in South Africa and in Gauteng, I'm an economist, I'm not in marketing, but I thought someone, surely somewhere, and I'm hoping someone maybe in the room can come up with the tagline for our next wave of investment of, it's always sunny in Gauteng, right? Because it is. And with that in mind, let's welcome our panelists up, give them a brief introduction, and then, as I said, if we can give them a warm round of applause at the end once I've welcomed them all up. So firstly, the MEC, Jacob Mamabolo. He is currently Gauteng MEC for Infrastructure Development, Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. He has, I'll be sitting on the outlier seat. He has held numerous roles in the public sector, including correctional services and home affairs. Okay, and I think we'll let the words that you say today be the rest of the introduction. Then Sandile Dube, he is Managing Director of Equinix South Africa, leading the country's market entry and expansion strategy. He focuses on driving digital growth, fostering strategic partnerships, and overseeing the development of the JN1 IBX data center. He's held previous roles, executive roles at Hewlett-Packard Enterprises and Brighthouse Dimension Data. He holds executive certifications from IE Business School in Madrid and Stellenbosch Business School. Yolisa Kani, she is Transnet's Chief Business Development Officer and is responsible for group commercial, looking after Transnet's top 20 customers and identifying and pursuing new and diversified business opportunities locally in Africa. Then Mamitse Masemola, she is the Acting Head of Infrastructure South Africa and Deputy Director General for Infrastructure Investment Planning and Oversight, leading the National Infrastructure Strategy, Policy Development and Investment Planning. She is a seasoned professional with extensive experience in public policy. And then Pakama Mbikwana, she is the Executive Vice President for the Infrastructure Sector for Standard Bank, Corporate and Investment Banking. She has over 23 years in business management and financial services, has previously served as a director at Barclays as roles in SOEs, that's state-owned enterprises, healthcare, and hospitality. All right. I think there are so many things I would like to discuss today, and I do wish we had more time, but I understand we are in a tight schedule here today. But I think I would like to start with Mamitse. I took the Gautrain here, and if you ever know the movie Field of Dreams, the sort of, if you build it, they will come thinking that came along with the Gautrain, right? It was this glorious infrastructure investment taking South Africa's transport mix into a new era of rapid transport. And it gives me great excitement I've read through the infrastructure book that was provided to us today to hear that there is an expansion, which I think is very much necessary. But I mean, let's talk about this. Let's talk about where we are in supporting the rollout of infrastructure from your perspective. We had the wave of investment in 2010, and now we find ourselves looking to significantly accelerate this at a time when the world is becoming a lot more complex. We saw with President Donald Trump and his announcements of tariffs in South Africa wasn't spared. The world is becoming more complex. What do we need from an entity like Infrastructure SA to really drive that acceleration?
Thank you very much, Sam. So maybe let me start off by saying a little bit about what Infrastructure South Africa is and its mandate and what we do on a daily basis. We've been established as a national infrastructure coordinating agency that seeks to close the infrastructure investment gap. And we do so by developing a pipeline of bankable infrastructure projects, of course working with the project sponsors. We facilitate the sourcing of sustainable financing and funding solutions for those projects, and we also provide implementation support and technical support in the implementation of those infrastructure projects. The reason why that is critical is that we know that in terms of the National Development Plan, we know that in terms of the National Infrastructure Development Plan of 2050, that the greatest risk that we are facing at the moment to get projects off the ground is that we don't pay sufficient time, energy, and effort into project development or project preparation and bringing these business cases to a bankability phase. So investors, institutional funders, and everybody else that's looking into this space, they really are looking to invest in bankable infrastructure projects. And so from an Infrastructure South Africa perspective, we pay, our mandate is to ensure that these projects are well prepared, they are properly de-risked, and they are ready for financial decisions to be made in that regard. And so the preparation and packaging of infrastructure projects is at the key, is at the heart of unlocking additional funding and financing that we're so desperate for in terms of unlocking infrastructure investment. The MEC Maile last week or 2 weeks back in some G20 sideline event, he mentioned that just Gauteng alone has got an infrastructure investment gap of 1 trillion. How do you get to that space? How do you close that infrastructure investment gap? One of the ways of doing that is to make sure that the project pipeline that we are preparing is geared towards leveraging private sector financing. So PPPs, you've talked about the Gautrain as a great example of that. Projects that are blended finance candidate projects, projects that can be commercially viable, even if they are social infrastructure projects and so on, they have to demonstrate some level of capacity to leverage one way or the other, or to unlock innovative financing mechanisms in relation to those projects. And so from an Infrastructure South Africa perspective, our project pipeline that we are supporting from a project preparation perspective are looking into these network industries, energy, water, and sanitation, ICTs. Somebody was talking about digital connectivity just in the previous panel, as well as freight and transportation networks. And they are very key for us because you want to be able to raise aggregate demand in the economy. You want to be able to bring in the private sector participation from a financing as well as an implementation capacity perspective. And so our own project pipeline is looking at those network industries and really supporting projects that are PPPs, projects that are blended finance, candidate projects, projects that can be commercially viable, and if there are social infrastructure projects like health and education, those will be projects that we're looking at that can bring in private sector financing. Because the fiscus is constrained, we all know that, and the Minister of Finance and his team are at pains to explain to us that unless this country's economy is growing at least 5%, there is just no space in the fiscus to accommodate additional investments, infrastructure investment, and the funding that is required. And so the only mechanism of unlocking that infrastructure or tapping into the liquidity that's available for infrastructure investment is to make sure that these projects are well prepared, they are properly de-risked, and they are ready for investment decisions. And that's the space that Infrastructure South Africa plays in. Thanks, Sam.
Let's talk financing briefly, because I want to talk about trends in financing. I mean, we've seen the gap, we've seen the statistics that have been put out today, and of course the desire and the absolute necessity to get to get Gauteng's investment up to around 25% of GDP. Pakama, I would like to sort of reach out to you, and let's talk about innovative financing models. Let's talk about financing for innovation, because I think that to differentiate the two, you know, we have Gauteng's role as a potential hub in the critical minerals space. We have it in the advanced manufacturing space. We need to sort of continue to drive that innovation. And so, firstly, what sort of financing do you think about when you talk about financing for innovation? And then, perhaps as a second question, what sort of innovative finance do you think holds potential for the province?
Thanks, Sam. So I guess where infrastructure is concerned, and if we were to talk about innovation, and particularly from a debt provision perspective, we can talk about the fact that commercial lenders have funded for many, many years infrastructure projects. So we have ways to look at bespoke and innovative solutions, taking into consideration infrastructure. Obviously, infrastructure has a very, I think, distinct life cycle. You've got your construction and planning phase, you've got then where a ramping up phase, and you also have a phase where the infrastructure will be generating, I guess, sustained income. So we actually have financing solutions that will talk to all of those different phases. So I don't think that's really an issue where innovative or innovation is concerned. I guess where we at Standard Bank have been focusing on where innovation is concerned, and just making sure that we bring projects to market that have less risk of actually not coming to fruition, is actually engaging at feasibility stage, engaging with the likes of Infrastructure SA, the Infrastructure Fund, the Water Partnership Office in the DBSA, to make sure that as we package these projects, they actually are financeable. There is requisite credit enhancement. If there are gaps, there are viability gaps, mechanisms that we are able to bring to bear to ensure that these projects actually are executed. So I think I'll actually stop there, because really that is where the issue is. The finance industry is well defined, very well structured. We've got deep capital, liquid capital markets in South Africa. Banks are able to fund projects that have been pre-packaged, I guess risk mitigated to a certain extent. So that's not really where the challenge is, Sam.
Okay. Let's talk on the challenges in a minute. MEC, you know, we've spoken quite a lot about collaboration today and this morning so far, and obviously as a facilitator of growth, as a facilitator of the network infrastructures that are required to ensure success. Let me ask you this, what do you see as new models that Gauteng and the Gauteng government is pursuing to attract investment, and not just attract investment, but also fast-track implementation and ultimately bring that project pipeline a lot closer to completion?
Thank you very much. Firstly, I just thought, let me start by acknowledging the protocol that has been established, and the panelists here, and of course yourself. I think for us, the most important question is to indicate, issue is to indicate that as a province, we are obviously, as a smart province, moving away from, conventional, traditional methods and models of funding. Let me quickly indicate that we do have an entity in the province that's called GFA, the Gauteng Finance Infrastructure Agency, which is actually piloting and leading the province in introducing much more advanced, better methods of sourcing alternative sources of funding. And we're looking at making sure that we can source private capital to finance a whole range of portfolio of investment opportunities. Some of them MEC Maide has spoken to. So in general, we are exploring and of course seeking to partner with the private sector. There's already best practice of public-private partnerships. So in that instance, I think and let me also just add that we're also supporting municipalities because accessing private sector funding and partnering with the private sector requires some very important processes, proper project preparation and all that. So our entity is helping with that, and I think that's the direction we're taking, and that's what we're looking forward to.
So before I enter the digital world, and my friend Sandila, I have a really good question for you, I hope, but let's talk about, we've spoken about the involvement of the private sector, we've spoken about the challenges to the fiscus, needing to aggressively drive growth in gross fixed capital formation is going to require pace, it's going to require innovation, it's going to require forward thinking. And I think this is a great example to turn to Transnet, Yolisa. We know, and I think it would be wrong to sugarcoat the challenges we faced in ensuring that what we make, and Neil Hill from Ford mentioned it today, we are aware of the challenges in bringing goods to the rest of the world from a transport perspective. How have you been thinking about addressing these challenges? And then, perhaps to follow on this question, we've seen the Minister Barbara Creasy recently announce the request for information that many have cited as the potential to unlock new ways of thinking about growth in the rail industry, new ways of thinking about how we promote our network industries. What do you think about, firstly, the challenges that we sit with today? And these are well known, but maybe just for those who aren't familiar, rail infrastructure and aged or dated locomotives. But how are we going to see this rapid expansion with things like the RFI that was announced just recently?
Yeah, very good question. Good morning, everybody, and all protocol observed. I am from Transnet. We are a state-owned freight and logistics entity. We are responsible for facilitating trade. And we haven't done well in the past for a number of known reasons, known and unknown. And to your point, I'm not going to delve too much into that, but about 2 years ago, we developed what we call our recovery plan, which was approved by our shareholder ministry at that time. And it set the targets at 170 million tons to be achieved in this year that just ended a couple of days ago. And you will recall that in the year 2017-2018, we reached 226 million tons on our lines. Now, one of the things we've had to do is to really focus on our recovery in the past 18 months. And I think it's a known that our balance sheet is challenged. When we raise capital, we don't raise capital for expansion, we raise capital for our daily operations, which is an anomaly. But how we've managed to address that volume decline is basically partnering, not just with the private sector, but with our customers. So we've developed two kinds of frameworks or policies, if I may call it that for a lack of a better word. The first one, we have what we call a mutual cooperation agreement with our partners. I'll give you two examples. The coal line and our ore line, which are our rainmakers, are challenged in terms of their infrastructure. Whether it's the ailing railway line or it is riddled with cable theft, we then did an assessment jointly with our customers. So we know what is broken on those lines. And it's a good start if you know what problem you're solving for. The second one is we know the cost of fixing those lines. So through that mutual cooperation agreement, we are now entering into a space where we talk about how do we jointly or collectively fix the line, right? Whilst we look at, or whilst we wait for the outcome of the RFI that the minister issued, which will tell us how to partner with the private sector moving forward. That's number one. The second one, we have what we call the joint investment external partner selection process. When I started at Transnet, interestingly enough, it's about 5 years ago, you would send me a proposal, it's unsolicited. The minute it's unsolicited, we wouldn't know what to do with it because we are confined to the prescripts of the PFMA.
Yeah.
So it usually found itself into folder number 1000. That joint investment partner selection process allows us to engage with you. Whether at the end of the day, it still turns out that we still need to go to market, but at least we would have given that proposal a fair chance of survival. So I think through these initiatives and through these collaborations, we've then unlocked the capabilities of fixing our lines, working with our customers. One of the, we found it very interesting is that we needed to procure batteries and compressors for the core line. Through that very same MCA, we did that procurement via our customers. Two things happened. It was cheaper and it was quicker. So the minute you procure as government, there's an understanding, an unfortunate fallacy that the pockets are deeper and therefore there's that 20-25% markup. So this is how it helps to work with the customers. Now coming back to the second question, we are operating in a very complex environment which is going through interesting rail reforms. You've mentioned the minister going out to the market. That is at the back of the National Rail Policy as well as the Freight and Logistics Master Plan. The Freight and Logistics Master Plan has got two things to it. One is it's the migration of rail-friendly cargo from road to rail, and the second one is partnering with the private sector. So what the minister has done is basically to the market for a request for information on 3-4 of our strategic corridors, the ore line, the coal line, the container corridor, which originates here in Gauteng, to KZN. And what we will be getting out of that, hopefully, is an understanding of the market and the investors' appetite on partnering with us on those corridors. The one thing that she said that we shouldn't forget is that the ownership of those assets still lies with government, but how do we unlock the volumes through strategic partnerships? So we're hoping, and again, one of the mistakes we've made in the past, to Phakama's point, is that we kind of assume what the market wants and we kind of assume how it's going to react. This time around, we're going to the market is going to tell us what they have in mind, and from there we'll then build an RFP.
I'd like to give the audience a chance to ask questions. So if I can just ask the AV team, there is a mic available to ask the audience. Okay, so I'm going to ask one more question to my panelists before I open up for the audience to give their thoughts. And when I do, can I just ask you to introduce yourself, your name, and the organization you represent before you give your thoughts, your question. But let's move from the physical world into the digital world. Sandile, critical and critical to success and accelerated growth and the multiplier growth that we all want to see achieved is digital connectivity. It's what will bring down access in places like townships in Gauteng, in the province. It will lead to competitiveness globally, ultimately, and this is what is going to become far, far more important over the next 20 years, is how we position ourselves competitively. Talk to us about the role of digital connectivity and the role of data centers that your organization plays in ensuring that or supporting economic growth, let's call it that.
Yeah, thank you, Sam, and good morning to everyone. Sam, I think firstly it's important to note that we now live in the world of what I call is the data universe, where so much of our lives and so much of what we do revolves around data. And in fact, data has become so important that some people argue that it's only a matter of time until it features in companies' balance sheets.
Yeah.
So in this data-driven digital economy, it becomes fundamentally important to acknowledge that digital infrastructure, i.e. data centers, they become the backbone that enables a digital experience, a digital consumption of services, etc., as well as their role in providing reliable digital infrastructure that is quite essential for creating both inclusive and equitable society. Not only the digital infrastructure or data centers, but also the ICT sector as a whole is fundamentally an enabler to each and every sector in our economy. So I regard it as probably one of the most critical sectors within our economy. If you look at the contribution to our GDP, unfortunately, we don't measure it quite accurately. And I argue that from a GDP contribution point of view, this is the one sector that actually contributes far more than what we realize. Where you then compare it to other sectors that have been declining year on year, if I were to use the mining sector as an example, where about 5 decades ago, it used to contribute 50% of our GDP, whereas of last year, it was down to a single digit. So this is a sector that each and every industry should be looking to drive more innovation, to drive more competitiveness across the globe. But secondly, in terms of connectivity, digital connectivity, firstly, it knows no boundaries. It provides opportunities for businesses to enter new markets instantly. And it also opens up South Africa to the rest of the world and also gives opportunities to the rest of the world to enter the South African market, particularly Gauteng, to accelerate the pace at which we're executing our economic growth.
And it's not just the direct impact, and this is a question to all my panelists, is it? We spoke about digital connectivity, the role of AI, and a figure I always sort of think about is the cost of training these large language models is becoming more and more. The energy cost, it used to be you could power a number of hundreds of American households for a year to train the first ChatGPT models, and I did see some people using ChatGPT here today. It's now in the thousands, and the models are becoming more energy intensive to produce. But at the same time, AI is becoming more and more widely used in things like signaling, used in ensuring that networks are flowing, not just the digital networks, but the physical networks. I saw the city of Cape Town, for example, using AI to ensure that their traffic lights sync much faster and reduce congestion. What I'm trying to get here is we can't just think about digital as one industry. We need to be thinking about it across a number of industries. How are we leveraging it? How are we making use of it? And how are we making use of it sustainably?
Yeah.
So this is to all my panelists, but maybe Sandile, you give it a shot. MEC, I think you're chomping to contribute to this.
Yeah, Sam, and I think again, you're reiterating the point that really this sector is an enabler across multitude of industries, which is great, and therefore we have to embrace it. But I think we also have to really acknowledge the opportunity that comes with it. So when you mention energy and energy efficiencies, etc., yes, digital infrastructure does consume a lot of energy. But at the same time, it also exhibits a lot of energy that can be reused effectively to power up, be it local communities, hospitals, schools, etc. So we've got to focus on the opportunity that it represents and really work in partnership with a number of institutions to ensure that that opportunity is realized. And quite frankly, with regards to artificial intelligence and many other emerging technologies, which are great, I think it's important that we also reimagine our role in that world. The conventional ways of doing things, the conventional ways of doing business might be great, it's gotten us to this point, but in terms of going forward, what does that look like?
Yep.
In terms of the skills that are required to take advantage of AI and many other technologies, what does that look like? Does it mean that we have to look at perhaps reimagining our education, the way that we educate?
Yes.
Just by way of an example, I've got 6 tutors in my family, of which some of them have retired, however, some are still in the system. They've got no means of using AI and some of these emerging technologies to actually educate our children. And there for me lies a big challenge that we are not actually keeping pace with the evolution of technology and with the evolution of delivering services in a much more efficient way. And I believe that it starts with the fundamental education layer that we need to focus on.
Agree, MEC.
Yeah, thank you very much. I thought that he has made an excellent point, and I thought maybe the House will acknowledge the point he's making. I think he has covered it very well. But let me build on what he said, and maybe change the conversation a bit for us in the infrastructure space. That, you know, just when you look at other sectors of the economy globally, let's take, for example, financial services, the banking sector, they've leveraged technology very well. They've introduced what they call fintech to be able to move those services to digital platforms. If you look at logistics and warehousing, transport, they're using technology, they've automated. But when you look at the construction sector and the built environment, we're still in the Stone Age. We're still doing things in the old, outdated, conventional, way. And I think the construction and built environment need to leverage smart technologies, and that's what we are doing in the department. For the last 6 months, we have looked at what other sectors are doing, and we built on what literature is saying. There's a concept called infratech, infrastructure technology, and we have introduced that to try to automate the infrastructure delivery process in the Department of Infrastructure Development. We want to also take this capability to support our municipalities. So we launched just at the end of last year what we call Infrastructure Delivery Platform, IDEP, that's what we call it. And in that, we are trying to look at how to manage infrastructure in such a way that we can deal with the risks. Infrastructure generates quite a lot of data and information.
Yeah.
So as the point that he was making. So in managing infrastructure delivery risks, we don't need management by gut feel, that my instincts say.
Yes.
We need scientific, correct, reliable, credible data to make decisions for the contractors, for the engineering consulting firms, our project managers, communities, our clients, bring transparency and openness in the delivery process.
Yeah.
So project management information systems, I think, is the best way to go. We are now, for example, able to know what is happening on construction sites because we use drones, we use, even the current advanced apps to take pictures. We need what is called portfolio of evidence if we are to get value for money, so that you don't have somebody saying, I'm at foundation level. When you send a drone to go check what's happening on site, the contractor is not even on site. You see, so there are multiple risks that we need to manage. Infrastructure projects generate massive data. You can't manage it by instinct. And one of the problems we also have is that our project managers, each one of them has a laptop, but they're running a project on their own computer. We don't have access to that.
Yep.
There's no transparency. We can't see, we don't know what's going on. So leveraging smart technologies to manage risks, to create value for money, but to make sure that we can deal with time, cost, quality, all those metrics of project performance. I think the, infratech, even for our municipalities, is going to be critical, and that's where we're going.
Yeah.
And I think I'll urge that, government as a whole, and of course, even our partners, we agree on, having one sense of the truth. We shouldn't have a contractor knowing something about a project, the PSP something, and there are bits and pieces of information spread all over.
Yeah.
So I just want to conclude this very exciting point, and thanks to you, that, the fourth industrial revolution, digital platforms, automation, will even fulfill the values in our constitution, openness, transparency, and of course, making sure that we deliver faster, quicker, and in a much more better way. Sorry I took time.
It's transparency, isn't it? Because transparency ultimately lowers the cost. Thank you.
Thank you.
Fantastic point. It's transparency lowering the cost. But Pram, I think you also wanted to...
Not to take us away from the current discussion, but I just thought when Sandile was talking about digital infrastructure, it's important to highlight investment into water. And obviously, it's not a very clear and obvious investment opportunity where infrastructure is concerned. But if you look at what the World Economic Forum has been talking about, water is fast becoming the third biggest risk to businesses worldwide. Now, water is used quite extensively in data centers to cool data centers. Water is used in mining, it's used in all these critical industries. But I think we make it a sub, kind of topic where we put transport and all these other, infrastructure, I guess, asset classes up front. But I think it's something that we need to start elevating. And I thought it was important that I mention it. I am part of the Blue Bank, so I need to mention water.
So from our side, Sam, last year we launched the first ever bid window process to invite project owners, project sponsors to submit projects that require project preparation support. We do get a funding from National Treasury of 600 million rand to support project development and getting these projects to investment readiness. We were greatly surprised to receive 443 submissions from project sponsors, from Transnet to municipalities, to provinces, national government departments, etc. Obviously, it's very oversubscribed because our estimation is that we can only support about 12 of these projects on an annual basis with the allocation that we have. And we have drilled down and funneled those submissions to about 70 projects that meet the requirements that we've set as Infrastructure South Africa. And we believe that these projects will have the highest GDP impact. There will be transferring risk away from the public sector to the private sector, etc. But herein lies the question, the issues that you are raising. So of all of those projects, none that we have received are in the ICT space. It tells us two things. The first is that obviously the ICT space from a private sector perspective is very well, it's a very well designed market. It's highly competitive. The private sector is very strong in that sector. The MNOs, ATCs, tower corporations, and so on and so forth, data centers, etc. It's a very highly competitive market from a private sector perspective. But what is also very clear is that from a government perspective, we are not able to conceive of a project that will be called, for example, digitizing government services and information. If we get to that point, okay, let me go back. So there was a report that done by Accenture about in 2018, 2019. It shows that if government of South Africa were able to just digitize 5 services, we'll be able to unlock close to 4.8 trillion rand of economic value and value to society. And so what it means is that we need to rethink what is it that government can do from an ICT perspective to enable the access to services, to information, and also to get government itself to be a little bit more integrated from an information access perspective. And so one of the homeworks that we'll have to go back as Infrastructure South Africa is how do we work with policy-minded departments like the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies, from a Gauteng perspective, the Department of E-Government, for example, and just conceiving of those type of projects that are very transversal, but we believe that they can unlock value in society and in the economy.
Sam, if I may add, I mean, Sandile took us on a very interesting path here. I think, and I'm a student and I use AI quite a lot. I do reference. But, you know, under normal circumstances, I find it interesting. It's very quick. Anything that's technologically based, it just comes with efficiencies. And the point I'm trying to make is that you could take 30 minutes to conceptualize a response to a question that AI takes 2 seconds to respond to. But what I find interesting, there are two things for me, and I'll talk to how we're using the innovation in our space, is that first and foremost, we need to debunk the myth that AI is a big thing that we can't achieve. That's the first thing. We need leaders that are open to using artificial intelligence and understanding what that does to a labor force. Instead of people worried about losing jobs, it's actually an opportunity to reskill and upskill. The second thing we need to look at is research and development. We do a lot of research as a country, but it's limited to safety, to health, but I haven't seen much coming out in terms of the spaces that we find ourselves in, infrastructure, logistics, etc. And that's something that we really need to look into. But you know, what we found interesting in our space, our pipeline at some point used to be, people used to knock at it all the time, and we used to lose volumes and volumes of fuel. But with AI and the drone system that we are using, we're able to detect any abnormal movement on the pipeline. Now we don't react, we proactively stop anything from happening. And I'm hoping that, I don't know if anyone knows, Transnet, in the next couple of days, will be going out to market. We're going to be creating something equivalent to Avis, but for rolling stock. And we're thinking that whoever comes on board must give us some technology capabilities. Because as these trains are running on the line, you should be able to pick up valuable data that we can use either to detect where the rail breakages are and to detect the kind of, I suppose, extra loads that are on the line. And that enables us to kind of proactively maintain the lines or detect whatever is abnormal on that line. So there's a lot, I mean, the opportunities are vast, but we just need to debunk the myth that it's something so huge and it's inaccessible.
The time is running too quickly, isn't it? It's, I'm going to allow for one question from the audience. Are there any pressing questions that can be used to drive the conversation forward before? Okay, interesting. All right, yes, sir. Please name, organization, and I realize we only have a few minutes, so let's strive for short answers and strive for powerful questions. Yes, sir.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Tato Mangape. I'm the CMO for Gauteng. We are a wearable tech company and software development company based in Soweto. We are formerly known as the first wearable tech company in Africa, so we're quite happy about that. But I understand that the panel has been speaking about infrastructure and the integration of innovation and technology. But I wanted to pose my question to Mr. Dube in terms of the general appetite around the usage of wearables to enable digital healthcare, and health tech, precisely, because I hear everybody talking about fintech, but all these, I suppose all these environments need warm bodies, that need to be managed. So what is the overall appetite around wearables, the usage of wearables to enable digital healthcare? Thank you.
Do you get that?
I think I've got parts of it. So I think it's already been mentioned by my colleagues that there's absolutely great value that we see in tech. And I think it also just extends far beyond just one sector, not only in healthcare, but also in safety and security, where wearables can be a lot more quite efficient in the way that we curb the spread of crime, in the way that we engage with healthcare practitioners as well as patients and the like. So absolutely there's great appetite and there's great examples of where that has been embraced, how efficient and how effective that has been in a number of markets across the world.
Colleagues, I do not want to be the one who's kept the deputy president waiting. I feel that that would be severely career limiting. I guess just to sum up, I mean, listening to the conversation, listening to how the common themes cut across so many industries and so many sectors, that ultimately collaboration is going to need to occur faster. We have so many opportunities for collaboration. We found that data has the option and the availability and the way to facilitate more efficient transactions that bring down the cost. There are lessons to be learned by engaging better across our sectors. And what strikes me is I think that there is a lot of optimism shared, in terms of solving these challenges. There are many different ways to approach this, and I thank you all for your valuable contributions. I could continue on for the rest of the day. I will not. But thank you all for listening. Thank you, sir, for your question, and thank you to my panelists.
Thank you.
Thanks to you. Thanks to you.
Thank you so much, Sam, for excellent moderation, for lifting the pockets of opportunity while having an honest conversation about work that still needs to be done. Can we just give them a final round of applause? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Fabulous. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure now to transition us to Cape Town, where the Honorable Deputy President of the Republic of South Africa, Mr. Paul Mashatile, is standing by to deliver for us his keynote address. And at the back of the room, I'm getting a big sign that says, wait, wait, wait. So this is me ad-libbing now, the way you would do when you have to go to ad break. Oh, now I'm seeing a thumbs up. Okay. So let me do that again and say, again, okay, I'll keep talking. So let me do this. Let me talk to you about what happens after lunch so that we are well prepared. So as soon as I get a thumbs up from the team, we'll transition to Cape Town. We'll then come out of that keynote address and then break for lunch. Just a quick recap of where we need to be. My media colleagues, we're going to be in the front of plenary. All the government officials are going to go to the Fire and Ice. All our VIPs are going to be led by protocol to the Archer restaurant. And all the delegates are going to go upstairs to the Keystone restaurant. And again, ladies and gentlemen, the need for this is not so much about being exclusionary, but because of the capacity of the different spaces. And so we've had to divide different groups according to the capacity that the spaces can hold. The lunch is absolutely all the same. So please just be kindly led to your various spaces. I am also going to ask us to depart swiftly from this main plenary once the Deputy President has wrapped, because we're going to be converting this plenary into two spaces that are going to hold some of our growth dialogues. Now, there's 4 growth dialogues. 2 of them are going to happen in here, and I'm going to talk about the other 2 in a moment. One of the growth dialogues that is happening here, which will be moderated by myself, is going to be focusing on the question of accelerating infrastructure investment, particularly through a PPP lens. The other growth dialogue that's going to be happening here as well is going to be the one that is looking at enhancing Gauteng's logistics and transport infrastructure. It's going to be moderated by Francois Fouché. Francois is also with GIBS, the Gordon Institute of Business Science, and it's going to be a really riveting conversation. Now, across the hallway, so just as you look across this hallway, there is going to be another growth dialogue that's taking place there. It's going to be moderated by my sister Fifi Peters from CNBC Africa, and it's going to be focused on revitalizing Gauteng's advanced manufacturing sector, and it's also going to make for great conversation. The last growth dialogue, ladies and gentlemen, which is going to be taking place in meeting room 4. So where Fifi is going to be, the conversation on manufacturing across the hallway is in meeting room 3. And in meeting room 4, it's going to be the conversation focused on Gauteng's tourism and creative economy. And that is going to be moderated by Nastasia Aransa, who also is a CNBC Africa journalist. And she is going to be holding down the fort there. Allow me just to highlight the time. We are kindly requesting, given the fact that we've been really able to run a tight ship on timing, and we are on time, that thank you so much for your thumbs up, that those growth dialogues are going to kick off at 14:15 sharply. So if I could kindly request that we're in the room. And with that, and with those thumbs up, ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor to welcome and to introduce the Honorable Deputy President of the Republic of South Africa, the Honorable Paul Mashatile, as he addresses us with the keynote address that looks at Gauteng and its economic potential as a national priority. Might we please give the Deputy President a round of applause?
Thank you very much, Program Director. Premier of Gauteng, Mr. Panyaza Lesufi, Ministers, Deputy Ministers, MECs who are here present, Mayor of the City of Johannesburg, Mr. Dada Morero, Mayors of Ekurhuleni, Tshwane, Sidibeng, and the West Rand, and all councillors here present, our esteemed business leaders and sector representatives, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Let me take this opportunity to express my gratitude for the invitation extended to me to participate in this crucial event that is set to promote Gauteng as a leading global investment destination. I would have loved to join you and participate physically with all conference delegates, but due to cabinet commitments and urgent parliamentary obligations, such as the adoption of the fiscal framework, I'm unfortunately not able to do so. This address takes place a day after Parliament voted in favor of the fiscal framework as presented by the Finance Committee led by Dr. Joe Maswanganyi in the National Assembly. Fundamentally, ours is a commitment to redress and transforming not only our economy, but the lives of our people as well. Any view on the budget that seeks to reject the commitment our government has to the vulnerable and marginalized is not a budget that is for the people and must therefore be rejected. This budget process has, amongst other things, highlighted that in South Africa, democracy exists and it works. As we continue our efforts towards building an equal, united, and prosperous society, we should be encouraged by this. Our country is a country determined to achieve growth and provide quality of life for all South Africans. Ladies and gentlemen, Gauteng is and has always been a province with immense potential, a place of rich cultural heritage, vibrant communities, and a thriving economy. It has many established industries, including automotive, finance, manufacture, mineral beneficiation, agro-processing, and tourism. The story of Gauteng's economic transformation is one of resilience, innovation, and strategic investments. From its humble beginnings as a mining hub in the late 19th century, Gauteng is today the industrial and technological hub of South Africa. Today, Gauteng contributes more than 34% of South Africa's GDP, making it the country's economic powerhouse. The province hosts the headquarters of major corporations and multinationals, making it a gateway for investments, not only in South Africa, but across the African continent. With this rich past and a strong base, we need to think about how to grow the economy and make this province more resilient for decades to come. As leaders in different fields, we need to keep working together to make Gauteng a strong and thriving province for its people. Political leaders must implement initiatives, policies, and innovative strategies to advance Gauteng, while the private sector must generate employment, provide goods and services, contribute to industrial development, facilitate diverse business operations, and to boost provincial revenue. We need to emphasize that we are committed to building a future for Gauteng that is marked by sustained and impactful economic growth. This notwithstanding some of the challenges that we face as a country and globally. As part of this commitment, the former Premier of this province, Mr. David Makura, accompanied by his advisor, Mdu Mbada, Brian Hlongwa, Ntombi Mekwe, and I, went to China in 2008 to benchmark the country's plans for future development using this province as a pilot. When we arrived, we were presented with the Beijing 2065 plan. This plan presented a futuristic city development with advancements in technology, sustainability, transportation, green infrastructure, and a focus on clean energy. That visit laid a foundation for us to focus more on future plans and initiatives to build a Gauteng province that works for all of us. We learned that planning is critical for reaching goals because it gives you direction, lowers potential risk factors, and helps you to use your resources more effectively, all of which leads to improved outcomes. As a result, and through many studies, we are pleased to witness that Gauteng has now developed long-term plans and innovative ideas. This plan includes, amongst others, the Growing Gauteng Together 2020 initiative, GGT20, which responds to a crucial issue of how we can build Gauteng of our dreams, the kind of society envisaged in the Freedom Charter and our Constitution. The GGT 2030 Plan of Action also seeks to develop a sustainable, capable state where millions of people will be empowered to take charge of their destiny. The development of the Growing Gauteng Together 2030 Plan of Action was guided by the Indlulamity Scenarios 2030, specifically Nai-Lewok scenario, which identified social and economic drivers that could significantly improve the lives of citizens with pro-poor income distribution, inclusive growth, and meaningful social cohesion. It was also done using available data sources, such as a linked macro-micro model for South Africa developed by the Applied Development Research Solutions, which considered asking the what-if question as a guiding principle towards policy making and social change. We are therefore of the conviction that the updated GGT 2030 will lead to increased growth in tourism, trade, catering, lodging services, agricultural exports, worker productivity, and key sector competitiveness, particularly as it emphasizes the need for industrial policy enhancements, such as industrial financing incentives to stimulate industrialization and alleviate trade imbalances. Distinguished delegates, another great intervention in this province was the Integrated Transport Master Plan for Gauteng, which is a 25-year plan developed in 2013 to address transport challenges and ensure sustainable mobility in this province, focusing on integrating various transport modes and promoting public transport. The Integrated Transport Master Plan is already advanced in its implementation of programs to integrate land use and transport planning in the Gauteng City region, focusing on sustainable socio-economic development and job creation. It continues to prioritize public, non-motorized and efficient freight movement, addressing mobility and accessibility needs, and accelerating digitization. The Gautrain, a world-class rapid transit system, is a shining example of forward-thinking infrastructure investment. It is a rapid, efficient, and reliable public transport system that enhances the economic functioning of the Gauteng area and improves the quality of life of its citizens. The Gautrain system was designed with the potential for future expansion and the addition of new routes and stations. Premier Lusufi, we are delighted that plans are in place for an upgraded Gautrain rail service, which is intended to provide for previously underserved communities where the majority of workers reside. We also commend the plans to expand Gautrain into Limpopo, featuring a 420-kilometer high-speed rail line connecting Pretoria and Polokwane, aiming to enhance transport and economic growth. Since it will be able to reach the majority of people, the plan will increase its financial viability. Ladies and gentlemen, the reason I'm highlighting so much of Gauteng's activities and plans is because of my conviction that if you fail to plan, you are actually planning to fail. Consequently, such failure causes us to fall short of our ability to achieve our commitment to provide fundamental services required to improve the lives of our people in a positive way. Therefore, at this conference, we need to come up with concrete plans and concepts that will attract investments into the province. Most importantly, the provincial government should collaborate with the private sector to develop effective strategies and innovative solutions that generate employment opportunities and further expanding industries to advance Gauteng. We must therefore reinforce the province as the epicenter of innovative ideas that can be implemented throughout the country. Our plans and commitments at this conference should concentrate on unlocking Gauteng's economic potential, which will directly contribute to growth of our national economy. We need to understand that Gauteng has long been the economic engine of South Africa, and its success is intrinsically tied to the prosperity of our nation. As I have said earlier, the province alone is the largest contributor to the country's GDP, accounting for approximately 34% of the national GDP. I believe that Gauteng can further increase GDP contribution by diversifying its economy beyond its traditional strength and markets. This means that the province can also focus on investing in emerging sectors like technology, innovation, renewable energy, that have the potential to drive our future growth plans. This does not imply that the province should disregard its current initiatives. Rather, that it is essential to maintain investments in infrastructure, such as transport and logistics, to attract additional investments and stimulate economic activity. Infrastructure is sometimes referred to as the wheel of economic activity, since it creates an environment conducive to productive activities that promotes development. Moreover, the province should invest in education and skills development programs to ensure that the workforce is equipped to meet the demands of the growing economy. The highly sought after skills include digital literacy, data analysis, artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, and renewable energy technologies. Therefore, investing in Gauteng is not just about financial returns. It is about investing in the future of our people, our communities, and our nation. It is about creating sustainable partnerships that drive economic development and social progress. I need to also add, ladies and gentlemen, that Gauteng plays a critical role in President Cyril Ramaphosa's ambitious target announced during the 2025 State of the Nation address to lift economic growth above 3% of GDP. I'm therefore confident that the province can achieve more than 3% economic growth, provided there is a clear planning and efficient resource management. Indeed, to create this virtuous cycle of investments, growth and jobs, we must lift economic growth. I believe that this conference offers a platform to set even more ambitious investment targets. The national government has committed to increasing investment in infrastructure and people while upgrading and maintaining the infrastructure we currently have at our disposal. We have committed to spend more than 940 billion rands on infrastructure over the next 3 years. This funding will support our roads and bridges, infrastructure rollout, build dams and waterways, modernize our ports and airports, and also power our economy generally. We are committed to public ownership of strategic infrastructure for public benefit, while attracting the private sector investments to enhance services and focus revenue on public service provision. Ladies and gentlemen, Gauteng is well positioned to overcome its current infrastructure deficits and create a future-ready urban landscape to meet the needs of its growing population. It is also crucial for the province to integrate its departmental coordination and avoid working in silos when addressing its infrastructure requirements. Gauteng's regional integration is therefore crucial in this regard, as it focuses on creating cohesive, sustainable, and economically including Gauteng City region, emphasizing collaboration between government, business, and civil society to address challenges and unlock the region's potential. We must work together to create sufficient, agile, and well-functioning infrastructure that supports industrial growth, promotes innovation, and attracts domestic and foreign investors. Physical infrastructure also needs to be sufficiently robust to withstand the impact of climate disasters, while also incorporating clean energy technologies and systems to adapt to an ever-changing climate environment. Above all, Gauteng needs to invest in maintenance of its infrastructure to ensure long-term functionality, safety, and economic viability. The Gauteng provincial government and the city of Johannesburg needs to invest more in infrastructure programs, particularly within the inner city. In August 2024, the National Council of Provinces of the 7th Parliament in Cape Town called for the government to collaborate with the South African Local Government Association, SALGA, to form a committee to conduct annual assessment of city cleanliness and give awards to the cleanest city. In February, SALGA NEC Lekgotla committed to what they call Clean City Campaign to clean towns and cities. We want it to start here in Gauteng, especially here in Johannesburg. The goal is to set an example for other cities to follow suit, attracting more investors and creating jobs for local economies and communities, especially the youth. Such revitalization must begin with fixing potholes and general maintenance of the current infrastructure. Even in this conference, we must not shy away from this. It breaks all of our hearts to utilize roads that are not fixed or maintained over a long period of time, when municipalities have the resources at their disposal and an obligation to do exactly that. Ladies and gentlemen, to attract more investment, a province must enhance its ease of doing business. Through the Township Economic Development Act, the province is moving in the right direction. The Act is a component of the Gauteng provincial government's effort to formalize and create township enterprises to make them easier to manage and support a healthy township economy through infrastructure and finance. It encourages the township-based businesses to join the mainstream economy and occupy space in the Gauteng city's region's special economic zones. Further, the Department of Small Business Development and the Department of Cooperative Government and Traditional Affairs are collaborating to offer local municipalities guidelines to reduce red tape and support small businesses, thereby reducing regulatory burdens, creating an enabling business environment, and maximizing business opportunities. Honorable Premier, we know that crime significantly impacts investment, both directly through increased costs and indirectly by deterring businesses and investors, and ultimately hindering economic growth and development. It is for this reason that we must work hard to eliminate crime, including extortion by those who want to exploit the state and its people for their own selfish gains. Government is working to restore law at construction sites and combat criminal extortion. Since November last year, the South African police Service have investigated 745 construction-related cases, leading to 240 arrests. Gauteng and the Western Cape are primary locations, highlighting the scale of the problem. In the fight against crime, we appreciate the province's efforts through its crime prevention wardens, in the Wardens Initiative, who are tasked with augmenting crime prevention efforts in Gauteng. Our vision is for a peaceful and secure Gauteng, where economic growth is inclusive for all to prosper. Ladies and gentlemen, we strongly encourage investors to capitalize on Gauteng's strategic location, which offers a competitive edge in the Southern African region for trade and investment. It is the gateway to the rest of South Africa and the African continent. As we gather here today, let us reaffirm our commitment to building a future where innovation thrives and where entrepreneurship flourishes. To put it simply, at the end of this conference, we need to be able to identify investment possibilities in areas like manufacturing and industrialization, ICT and the digital economy, infrastructure and transportation, green energy and sustainability, boosting small-medium enterprises, as well as ensuring that we attain inclusive economic development. I therefore encourage investors to explore Gauteng's numerous opportunities, collaborate, innovate, and invest in projects that will yield returns and positively impact on the lives of the people. Together, we can create a brighter future for Gauteng, one marked by growth, prosperity, and sustainability. We should continue to attract investment in our province and country to alleviate poverty, drive inclusive growth, and create jobs. I wish this inaugural Gauteng Investment Conference all the success in its deliberations and plans that will be adopted going forward. Program Director, I thank you.
Honorable Deputy President, thank you very much, Your Excellency. It is a warm round of applause here in Johannesburg, in the heart of Gauteng. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we have arrived at a very well-earned lunch break. It's going to be an extensive lunch so that you can really connect and relax and regroup. I just want to make one or two announcements. The one is, once again, if you haven't downloaded the app, this is a really great opportunity to do so during the break. This is where you're going to find the contacts of all the attendees and really make those necessary partnerships. I've spoken at length about the different venues for lunch. So at this point, all I'm going to say, there's one additional group that I had forgotten, and that is all the support staff that are here today. You are kindly invited to join your colleagues at the Fire and Ice, so to join all the other officials at the Fire and Ice. We've made provision for lunch there. Final reminder is that remember that the growth dialogue sessions are going to be kicking off at 14:15 sharp. So to the panelists, please, together with your moderators, make sure you're in the room no later than 2 p.m. And to the delegates, please, let's be seated by 2:15, ready to go. The reason why I'm being quite tight and stringent on the time is that we have a hard stop at 4 p.m. because there are some evening engagements that have been planned. So thank you very much for today, your engagement and your participation. I will see you in the various rooms at 2:15. Thank you so very much.
players in ICT, pharmaceuticals, and logistics. The automotive industry plays a significant role in the economic life of South Africa. Tshwane, being the automotive city, home to global giants like Ford, Nissan, and BMW, has positioned Gauteng as a leader in the vehicle manufacturing. Their investment in the sector has exceeded over 15 billion rand, with a projected output of over 200,000 vehicles per year for markets across Africa and beyond.